Una good morning, everyone. Oh. It's sweet our belly well to welcome you to this Join Mouth talk. We won't start immediately now. We go all stand up now. We go one take the Naija and Helele song. Now we go use start. I will most stand for that song. We go just sing it together. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, belly well to welcome you to this Join Mouth talk. We won't start immediately now. We won't stand up now. We won't sing the Naija and Helele song. Now we go use start. I will most stand for that song. We just sing it together. We thank we thank you now well. I remember kuna sit down. Most start immediately. The first thing we won't do now to say we'll find people who go sit down, put your hands for this seats where they for this part of the hall. We go like first of all call on Ogbonge Sabi person. And our papa for this business we they do. So we go like call now the chairman of this opening ceremony. The chairman na no other person than Dr. Tunde Adegbola. I mean, Oga there around, Oga Sabi, Dr. Tunde Adegbola. And as a Ogbonge Sabi person, Professor Ben Elugbe, they join us, Emeritus Professor Ben Elugbe. We like me Sabi person, Ogbonge Sabi person, Professor Francis Egwari may join them. So we go complete the table once and for all. So now Prof go help us hold one leg of the table so that I no go, fall. To balance them finally, we go like call on thank you. The main cocoa yarning for today, where Oyinbo people they call keynote address. Na sabi na Obonge sabi person, Professor Christine yesterday will follow and I go do am for us. So we like complete the table now, balance and well. We'll invite Professor Fulwe to join us for this table where I well. We would like also to say we don't see better person, our guests too, other guests too, we don't join us for this program. I don't see the head Department of Linguistics and African Languages, Dr. Demola Louise. Okay, we go like make you sit down for this front seat. So go feel arrest you, no feel run away. Now better way to do and be done because I know say that door as no they open, you feel take and still come out. Even if you no open them. We still expect the Dean of the Faculty of Arts, for the Faculty of Arts, Professor Solomon Oyetade. He will also join Dr. Demola Louise for that place when he come to. We want to appeal to people say, make we try come forward small. So go fill up the seats where they front. People where they back. All of us they shine with a smile where well. Will I make you beam that smile? So it will be like light for this stage. Over there. So if you come forward small. I mean more come front. More come front. Those of us where they back. More come take the seats. I know say we go fill up the space. Nana. So it good as we don't do like that. We don't we go see we get many of our colleagues where they as we proceed, we go recognize those are colleagues where they but we no like waste any time at all. The first thing we will not do straight away now, wait till people they call opening remarks. For Pidgin, they call them first blow whistle yarning. That first blow whistle yarning, now Professor Francis Egbuari go summon for us. Prof, you get the ground to summon for us.
You do well. Thank you very much. Because of the people when still get problem with Naija, I go do one small talk before I read the Naija speech. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to read the speech in Naija. And the reason basically for that is we're trying to decolonize this language. And we think it's also the whole mystery about the possibilities of non-English or non-Indo-European languages used in conducting academic affairs is one of the driving forces of this, what we are doing. That it's possible to do a lot of things if the will is there. So we are taking a lot of risks in terms of, and then as we are moving along, there is a lot of inventions and creations. But the idea of the conference is to ensure that we set up the proper infrastructure to ensure that there's an orderly development of the language, which is not under the control of one individual or a group of people. So that's basically why we are doing this. So that is how much of the non-Naija you are going to hear from me. So my welcome yarning, starting yarn, where we start from. So we go start. I go start by hailing the people who gather for here. Today, not today. Body they do me one kind. My heart they do jiggy like railway. As them they do to respect and butu for the big men we gather together. I greet every big man and woman where they show and give this joint body meeting serious levels. The Oga Chairman, Sabi person, Dr. Tunde Adegbola, Oga Pata for African Languages Technology Initiative for Ibadan. Hello. The man we can't give twirly because of the work he do concerning Naija. Obonge Sabi person, Emeritus Professor Ben Elugbe, Dean for Faculty of Arts, University of Ibadan. Obonge Sabi person, Professor S.O. Oyetade, the Oga for Department of Linguistics and African Languages, Sabi person, Dr. Demola Louise. Other working place Oga them, working place people, other big people, Afamako people will help us arrange this joint body meeting. My paddy, press, and the rest we I no remember to mention. I salute you now. I salute everybody who come for this joint body meeting. With them, they call Naija and Helele. To show now how Naija popular reach, it passed 120 people will register. Among these, some go yarn for face-to-face, and the rest go yarn online. People where they attend this meeting come from about 40 universities. Even though you never see all of them, I know say for Nigeria, we know they like to start things quick. They say in African time. Now 40 universities the people come from. One person come from France and another one come from Netherlands. Nze Okoye, we come from Netherlands. Now the first person among the only 2 people for the world will get certificate to teach Naija or anywhere. Nze, get up, make them see you. Today, we dey twirling for the father of Naija study for Nigeria, Ogbonge Sabi person, Emeritus Professor Ben Elugbe. Make una salute am, make body dey catch am. The person wey go say the koko yarning, Ogbonge Sabi person, Professor Christine Ofule, dey for here too. Now be that. And the people wey go give the main yarnings, Emmett Strickland, they for here too. The other main yarning people now, Ogbonge Sabi person, Professor Maria Mazzoli and Professor Joanna Duarte, wey dey online. I hail you now, if you dey hear me. Wetin be the Naija tori? Wetin una dey see for here, don't tell where it start. We no fit tell the story finish. We supposed show on a small film. We're supposed to show the story. But they say devil entered the film. Say the film lost last night. So make una forgive us. It don't pass 20 years where we start these doings. First, you had to find person when things say Naija na serious language to support. Even though many people don't write book and paper where they reign everywhere. People still they use they commonize Naija. Among the book people and government people, they see Naija like language where only when person only feel use gist, but no good for school or government work. That one don't change as una see for the paper where the Sabi person go yarn today and tomorrow. Una go also see how Jehovah Witnesses translate Bible to Naija, the step-by-step way them follow. Even students go learn from their work how they do correct translation. Una go also surprised to say they don't do Braille for Naija. We go hear many things about sign language for people where they call hearing impaired. If you still think say Naija are broken, this meeting go change your mind. Before, people they think say Naija no get level. Then they call them we language. We yaga people we no get level and we no sabi book the yarn. But as things be today, Naija na the language we big pass for Nigeria. The only language we fit connect Nigeria country people. It is sweet for mouth. You know how to learn and understand. And then they use them write book like other language. Naija don't pass different levels from the time where people they call them broken. Follow the time where they say na pidgin English. Today, as we do this meeting, Naija will they call the language. Naija na the name where Nigeria people for home and abroad they call themselves to show say they be the same people. Now the name too for the language where Nigeria country people they use talk to themselves, no matter where they come from, no matter their native language or the level where they do for life. If we call Naija the country talk of Nigeria people, even self, Naija be the language where people they use jolly, flenjo, and shine as people will get ginger. Now for July 2009, we start Naija Language Project. This is not joint body meeting where we do for University of Ibadan. We gather plenty Ogbonge and Sabi people where they work for Nigeria. Now IFRA Nigeria at that time, now organized that meeting. The meeting changed the setting of the language from how people be the CM. Now for the meeting, we first form group where we say in work now to see how we go make Naija progress and change level step by step, reach where you go get power we're supposed to get for Nigeria and the whole world. This meeting, now to continue the work we start for 2009 under the supervision of IFRA. Our plan for NLP for that time, that's the Nigerian Language Project, now 7 plans I will get. 1, say we go to do research and write different kind book and paper about Naija. We will do correct spelling of Naija, where every person go like. We go help people, they write school book, reader, and literature for Naija. We go do curriculum when they go use teach Naija for everywhere. Arrange Sabi People Committee. That's number 4. We say we go arrange Sabi People Committee. We go to help monitor and support original research work for different parts of Naija. Number 5, we go do online digital corpus for Naija. And number 6, we go develop style to teach and learn Naija. And number 7, we go develop Sabi word and workbook for Naija. Sabi word na meta language for Naija. We still want to follow this plan. Join the team where we don't talk already. We want to remove the Kolo way and the Kolo mind where they follow Naija matter. For this meeting, we go form new association where we they call Naija Studies Association. We go also get some people where go be saying that then go they be executive, where go make sure say things go as we plan them. Naija Studies Association no be for just academic people alone, no. Now for everybody. My friend for here, Eriata, I don't write many books for Naija. When we say people they read. Now I be president of PIN. Now I start PIN Nigeria. That's Poets in Nigeria. Now the biggest literature group for Nigeria be that Poets in Nigeria. Even self we go find sense for languages. Then when we they call buffer languages, borderline languages, hybrid and exo language. What do we talk say Naija Language Studies Association? No, will just be Naija as we know them. We go also they look at buffer languages. We go look at hybrid languages. That's language when be saying mixy. And we'll look at exo languages. As if say people they talk of say, be like say aliens want come from other places now. Make we also they look at the language when aliens, when they come Nigeria, the language when they go speak. We also want to look at. And then, of course, we will write and publish materials for Naija. I want to thank the people and working place who give us money and those who do a pharmaco work to make this joint body meeting Helele. I know say una go don dey talk say a pharmaco na negative word, but we don't use them now as volunteer. So we don't change them to a volunteer. We throw a lot for our partners. We give us money and sense where we use arrange this meeting. The LOC, IFRA Nigeria, the director they here. Now them they give us money and they give us technical support. Madam IFRA, make we get up, make we see you. Thank you. We are acknowledging IFRA as one of our historical supporter and current supporter. It's been a lifelong support. EduTech Portal. Then make una shout for BBC Pidgin. BBC Pidgin give us plenty t-shirts and notepads. So if you see them, BBC Pidgin, BBC Yoruba, they give us something for this conference. But they not fit come because it be like say the law for Nigeria don't they hold them, they allow them, they mix too much. Now make them not come, therefore come. Educate Trust, Linguist List, the Chikia Chaka Center, Republic of South Africa, Lee City University, Ibadan, Comfort EduServe, RASDA, Success FM Ibadan, Anna Oyo, and then of course, PIN, Nigeria. Some people give us money and technical support free. Among them, now Dr. Jafet Ajani, some people for biomedical media working place for College of Medicine, Dr. Akimbo, and others will give us video streaming and internet for people where they online free. They no one make we call their name. Ogbonge Sabi person, Professor Ibo Anusi, give us books. Make we give those way come the meeting. And if we thank the joint body meeting manager, Victor Abonyi Rich, for the way he carry the work for his head. At the point where it be like, say, I don't get buyer's remorse. It reach one place, I tell myself, say, wait till they worry yourself. Wait till your head. Fear don't they catch me, now you can't carry this work for your head. I thank my personal assistant, Olabisi, and the joint body operations person, Chidera, all the members of the LOC, Osewa, Dr. Osewa from Uniben, Gerard Wenya from UI, Taylor, Alejandro, Phil Wonko. I thank my students where I send message up and down. Many of them did for here. I know if you forget the people for my working place, my head of department, when always they encourage me. My dean of arts, Professor Oyetadewe, don't come sit down for here. So my parties like Oyeshile will encourage me to complete this madness. My former PhD students, Emeka, Agnes, and Garba, will start this journey with me before everybody find their level. I thank them, say they still find time to join the Waka Waka. I thank my wife, Yinka, and my children, Olu and Oize. Say, I thank them, say they agree my wahala. All the other picking way I commandeer as my own. That's all, and the rest of una too much. Oh. If people no come, everything forget as it be. All of una way they here today, I hello. Make una take us as una see us. No be our fault. Things get as it be, but make una for combale. Nami o, Obonge sabi person for language matter, Professor F.U. Bokari.
I bet more German together for Obonge sabi person, Professor Francis Egbuare again. We thank you very much. We don't hear the story of how Pidgin studies take starts and where they go. Sir. We don't even know where they go, because if you talk, say, no, go far, make go far like that. And you know they go far already. Now, joint prayer, we say, may go very far. We thank our partners like Oga don't talk before. We say now do well. The next thing now to you get one person where they are missed there. We know the story about it. The story about Pidgin studies take start for Nigeria, past all of us. So one hear from wait till you want talk. So one hear from Oga Kpatakpata, Obonge sabi person, Emeritus Professor Ben Elugbe. But I'd like to hear from you about this thing.
Okay. Well, Francis, come now, say, then go hear from me about this pigeon. But you don't tell us, say, the name don't change or it don't they change. So make we mind how they try, make it, we bend them. Because as it day now, I think the president of Naija talk say, na effort in the put, making the talk as in supposed to talk in the yana. It was just adding to it for me now. I'm still to find out whether my friend Demola, I don't ever hear you speak Naija before. We've been friends for a long time. So, meanwhile, it's clear that I no go fit call everybody. So, person where I no call, make you no say, no be say, make you no vex. So, I bet you come find Tunde as you find him go. He dey come. Oh, you don't come. Welcome, oh. Okay. Now
Don't finish. Don't finish.
Okay. Okay. I beg you now, man, no vex. The thing where everybody they think we say, Shebi they say Naija, where then they take represent pidgin or pidgin English and so on. Say you know hard. That na lie. Oh. People where they learn abroad, they know say you do not they pick them for ground. Oh. So I want to thank the people where they behind this Naija project. Now, good idea. You don't they pick for abroad, though. Oyinbo, those way no be Oyinbo, they don't they learn them. They don't they use them. Now, my last visit for Oyinbo land now from Discover say people they don't even the people where they give you the document where you go take travel, then go they tell you about pidgin. That's what they say. They're not telling you about Naija. They are telling you about pidgin English. I discover, say, the people for Ghana, then they look Cameroon, say the same thing with the talk, only say different from place to place. We not go shame or shy for the matter. He go sit down. He go settle. But what in me I want to tell you now how thing takes starts for you are here. Where me I know. When I first hear of pidgin, now two people where they call themselves Alao and Shaky for Radio Nigeria. So one be motor boy for the other one. When I come enter UI, where I tell them say na English, read. Yeah, true, then give me English, but I say na linguistics I want. Now I take go linguistics department. When I reach there, I see say, if I look back now, it will be like say, the linguistics people don't foresee, say something like Naija go come. because anybody will be worry, Benin, and so on for the department. Like even if you be Benin, na waiting that they call pidgin, nine that they speak. So myself, I happy say, not be every time they go say, make they twist my tongue. So they speak pidgin with my oga way they teach me phonetics, and they call him Bernard Mafeni. He come from Misoko. And at that time, be like say, people where they speak Naija, which you pardon me anytime I say Nigerian pidgin. Them all, they always look them like say, people, they look them like say, all these people, because we come from Midwestern Nigeria. So then they look us say, now these Midwest people get this Nigerian pidgin. Now, as it can happen, the Department of English, obviously, then they say, they do say na English, them they're not they where they speak pidgin or Naija, as we call it now. That time, nobody, they call them Naija. So, I can't find, say, the English department, say, he organize people, say, make them write article, say, then go publish English in West Africa. Of course, my Oga for phonetics, Bernard Mafeni, then say make he write one of the chapter them. So now later, now I begin read waiting right. And I come talk later, say the Naija or Nigerian pidgin way fluent, where I don't see that time until recently too. Now that Bernard Mafeni own. But when I hear as our guy talk for here say, make no vex if it be like say they never fine-tune the thing as Oyinbo go talk. Make them fine-tune them. Now small now. Not be today the thing go just jump for ground saying don't come. So Bernard, he be my supervisor for phonetics and such other little things of linguistics. I don't know how many of you know Isidore Okpeo. Isidore Okpeo was in English. He was a novelist. I'm using was, it's not a mistake, because he don't go. So, but when he say, I come from Midwest, and they like this Nigerian pidgin, as we they call them amongst ourselves. It become our language. So this young man will sit down by my side. So now that pidgin with the talk. The last time where I come, I say, when I don't change the thing, go Naija. He can't. I say, it be like saying BBC help una do that one. I don't remember waiting to take answer me. But the good thing be say that practice where English department and linguistics then put for ground. He no fail. He just they grow put. Now this young man give us our opening talk now. Those days, would you have done that? You wouldn't think that this day would come, but the day come. Now he make people like Francis just stand there, they blow Naija for us. And my last trip abroad showed me say, then they use, even the people who they give you your travel documents for embassy them. Then they take this language, talk to us. When they say now there, that area of Nigeria where he did, now we from come. So I don't go want make I waste my time. Even this so-called civil war, it helped Naija now. Now so soldier then begin use them. And even now, then still they use them. So I don't want to waste my time. But I just want to say one thing. You get Naija where person go speak, you no understand what they talk of. So we self go try learn and well. When I listen to Ghana radio, where they say they go say Nigeria, now they speak this language, but them they struggle, then they fight, make them fit talk am. They're not the fit talk am as they're supposed to. But I know say they self, then tell themselves say, then go they learn They say nah, the Nigerian one ain't hard. But the one where they then they learn, they say Cameroon they inside and so on. This thing where we sit down here, they talk about now. Me, I thank God though. Because that time, we some of my lecturers will be Igbo. Then they think say, then they just take and play. We don't not take before they identify me, Opeo, Mafeni, say Nigerian pidgin would they like to speak. It's no longer like that. Those of our people who travel a lot will tell you that even embassies are teaching it to their people. Come, if you reach Nigeria, now this language they use. So make you learn them. And they tell them people like that. So that's why I come, me and my late friend Augusta Omamo, we come decide, say, I decide, say, I go write book. He say, he go join me. But that book, the Nigerian pidgin, you go still see for the title. We no use Naija, we no call him Naija then. Whether Naija go as a name, he go die, and Nigerian pidgin go survive him, or Nigerian pidgin go die, Naija go survive him, we go see. So, but the truth we say, this person will sit down my right now. If we go on one, we go say, na Nigerian pidgin. Now, na initiative, na bring Naija, and everybody don't they accept them. By God's grace, it go stand. And I wish us a very successful meeting. That one not be Naija.
A round of applause.
Thank you very much. I mean, more jam our hands together for Baba again. A good more here, history small, more know how it takes start. We don't see how it takes start and where we did now. As then they talk for Nigeria, general, they could say Nigeria no dey carry last. So, like I said, they should say Nigeria go survive. Anyhow, because Nigeria no dey carry last anytime. Next thing we'll go do now to keep more recognize more butu for some of our guys we don't deal with or we don't join us. Go later go Zoom, go see who has joined us for Zoom. But for the all here, we get with us Ogunge Sabi person, Professor Akimade Akonde. We want to say, now welcome, sir. Now, Oga, now be as the information I get, be say now be the latest person to edit, to read and correct a whole volume of book on Nigerian pidgin which John Benjamin's don't publish. Won't give him another one jam our hands together again. And the Jara way I feel had be say now my PhD external examiner be that. Yeah, it's good to see you again, sir. We also get for air for inside the hall. In friend will come with them from Ife. I don't see your gas paper and I wait for when Oga will give him Yanni. So I must see what your guy want to talk. Professor Yemi Adegoju from Obafemi Awolowo University later. Oga, now welcome. They're not the Department of Pidgin Studies, so the Department of English, 9 and day. We look forward to that day we will get Department of Pidgin Studies, then the Department of English, Obafemi Awolowo University. So the next one, the next thing we want to do now to take the boosters from our partners and our friends with the the first person we'll call on our guy for the Faculty of Arts, the Dean of Arts, Professor S.O.A. Tade, will give us what they call goodwill messages. They call them bosa.
All our Oga waiting for this high table. May I won't recognize. May I doff my cap for my Oga and my friend that teach me phonology, language in Nigeria, and many other things. Oga Professor, Ogbonge Professor, Ben Elugbe. And my other friends waiting for this high table. Oga Tunde Adegbola. I salute also Professor Oga Yetunde. I salute every one of you well. I want to say that it is with me well, that this meeting they take place for here, University of Ibadan. And when the other people say they never carry last, we won't say that University of Ibadan never carry last. For us to put this together, the kind eye where people they take look at Pidgin before, don't change you. And that reason we see why we are here. Before then they talk say Pidgin a bad language. That when Pekin speak Pidgin, it go affect their English. They no go speak English well. But that not be true. In a lie, be that too. I know say if you have good background in your language, it will help you to learn a new one. And I know say people where they speak Pidgin for their first language, then they do well. My first contact with Pidgin in his recent was when I should go Uniben for the year 1978. In those days, then they carry us go to our various faculties, various campuses in the school bus. And all other my friend with the young Pidgin, I go keep quiet, as if I know P talk. And by nature, I know be introvert, but I know sabi the language when they talk. So that one robbed me of my freedom. Then when I go service my watch at the watch repairer's place, and you see everybody they talk Pidgin there, I feel like I should take somebody as my teacher who go to teach me how to speak Pidgin. But when I get to university and I see that Pidgin is one of the courses that we go to do, it suits me well, and I had to register for them. And who taught me that was a Donfwa Ifode, that taught me Pidgin and Creole. I still remember say that this Pidgin way we did take some kind of a negative eye look. It don't gain prominence, so not only here in Nigeria. The first PhD thesis that I look at, that I supervise here, was a Pidgin influence on Cameroon English, written by Fontaine Neba. And you will see, say, the kind of Pidgin way we speak for Nigeria and that of Cameroon, they similar well. Like Oga don't say. Those people who they speak Pidgin in Ghana, they don't struggle. Not the kind of Pidgin, not the kind of Pidgin way we speak here. But when you see speaking way, then they speak for Wari and Sapele, you know, say that we know they speak Pidgin here. I know they follow them, join. I know they follow them, speak Pidgin for that place. Because they beyond my own competence. But I did still they pick up well from there. So they happy that people are gathered here for this Pidgin talk today. And I still also remember I met one Bonge lecturer here, we be white man, a woman, the wife of, and she too also was a lecturer here, Mrs. Evans. Ogari recognize her. I met her in Germany. And she said the same way they paint her, be say that she means Pidgin, that we they talk and we go, they look at Pidgin as a bad language in Nigeria. How can a white woman, that a French lady who is staying in Germany says that the Pidgin, that the language we enjoy well for Nigeria be Pidgin. And we can see now that Pidgin done the green ground in Nigeria, not only in the Abarak alone, but in advertisements on radio and television. In fact, there is a program on Radio Lagos that I always listen to every day when I did for LASU. That press report in Pidgin. That woman, where they do, they versatile in Pidgin, and I so enjoy them well. And that I know that people have done so much on Pidgin that we need to continue to allow to grow. And when people say Pidgin is a bad language, we need to tell them that elsewhere, Papua New Guinea, they make law, their assembly, then they use Pidgin to make their law. And therefore, in Nigeria, time don't reach where we go accord Pidgin some form of recognition beyond the today language. And that the challenge is upon us for us to be able to do that. Come up with standardized form and make us they use for important thing in Nigeria. And I know say that this meeting where we don't come for, we'll be able to come up with something will go better for Nigeria, and we will use Pidgin for important purposes. I got the wrong commentary for football before, but I know say there are people that run commentary now in Pidgin in Nigeria. That is one of the ways by which we can extend the functions of Pidgin in sports. And the language policy document where they make for Nigeria, they don't talk of Pidgin so much in that. I think there are only 2 or 3 places where they talk of Pidgin, and it's only among the force, the Nigeria, the Nigerians, whatever. They said it should be used as their lingua franca. But beyond that, Pidgin don't they become important for us to use in advertisement, in making people to understand the day-to-day running of government. And when you use Pidgin, you don't come to the level of the average man, and you don't have any privilege of saying you are better than them. Pidgin is a leveler, and that is why Babangida, when one launched People's Bank in October 1989, say this na banko, na your own banko. If we have people of authority making use of pidgin in formal occasions like that, we know say pidgin don't they become a language that we people recognize. And now, not only in Nigeria, it don't become a language of worldwide recognition in such a way that BBC has been broadcasting in it to reach every one of us. So I know say the effort we Oga and friend and all other Oga that taught us, that teach us in those days, don't put, it don't they grow now, and it they grow well, even in your lifetime, and you go see better days. I pray that you live longer, and every one of us will be here today. The Lord will bless our effort too. And this pidgin will become a big language, and posterity will not forget us when the language is flourishing and we are using it in all aspects of life. So I take my work to welcome you and to wish that you have a very good and successful meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. I bet we'll jam our hands together for Oga again. We know waste any time I call. We'll go call on the Oga Kwata of the Department of Linguistics and African Languages for our university here, University of Ibadan, Dr. Demola Louis, to give a goodwill message in 2 minutes. Thank you, sir.
He talks say 2 minutes because he knows I feel young forever. All right, so now welcome all my people. Ogwange Professor Helele, in talks I've been in friend, but now in Grand Pekin be. And I thank him because even though before him will be dean for Faculty of Arts, when then drive me for medicine. I for no see place go. I don't even get paper complete. Now in talk say mathematics now art subjects. Now I take enter Faculty of Arts. I thank you very much, Baba, for that. And he no know myself that time. I just take paper, go reach out. And he just see the papers and he talk say, maths now art subjects now. So, and you know say in Sabio Yibo, in Sabi Pidgin, in Sabio Yibo pass everybody. So I say go faculty board, tell them, then agree. In go sign it. In go sign it below Yibo, then agree. Now I enter. So I thank you so much, Baba. Then the chairman, Dr. Adigbola, we don't become linguist from electrical engineer. We don't be they know more for linguistic work when they do past the engineering. Him a typical example of person where they practical about things and we see where things they go and in just key into the area. Thank you very much for all that you do. When I see all this kind, now him first work with Google on top their Vista for Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo. That time, you know, when he get that deal with Google, he deployed students from our department. So many people pay their fees from the work way in give them do, annotations in Pratt and all of that for that time. Many of the students from that then first get their first computer back in the day. We thank him very well for all this kind of work we don't do. We thank, I'd like to also, I go on recognize Ogwange Professor Ofole. The first time when I meet him now, when she can't do sabbatical for our department, I see she should be very hardworking and very straightforward person. And I'm not surprised as she rise for now. I even surprised. I think say then go talk and say na Vice Chancellor in B, but if they come, thank you, Ma. The Dean of Arts, thank you. Distinguished professors, my teachers, and everybody where they here, my colleagues. Today na great day and history has been made. Make I greet my PhD supervisor and my undergraduate supervisor, Professor Ogwange Professor Francis Eguhari. As in tall rich, nine if virtue rich. Yes. As in voice loud, nine, in character loud. And God would, they help them, they make progress, and they push frontiers. And they tell them only last week, say, I don't know where you get the patience where you get. There was one particular student, I know go mention name. I hope say the person no day here. Where I know fit interact with the person physically now, virtual I fit interact with the person because I know one slap person. So I don't know how in they take deal with the person. I just admire the kind of patience and virtue that in the display for all in do. And when he puts in mind for something, you go carry on with now. This conference, as I know now, bulldozer conference. Now one person just push them through, So we want to make we thank them, make we give them Bosa. Because without person like Prof. Egbari, we no go fit gather today like this. As Tokwe Ajayi, they talk all the time for you at Akada platform, we gather day. But this one at the real gather day, no be that kind of one way when I go to talk protest. We go protest for platform. When reality come, they no go day for front line for the protest. But of course, yeah, they talk say 2 minutes, I'll be okay, all right. But na Naija 2 minutes, no be. All right, so fine. So yeah, so here we are. We thank God, and we pray, say things will continue to push in this direction, because like Nigeria, as we did for Nigeria, the name Naija is just appropriate because that's so with the name language. Yoruba people, they speak Yoruba. Edo people, they speak Edo. Naija people, they speak Naija. So Naija will survive, certainly, because, but don't be saying na survival, it just na change of nomenclature. The language, they survive, the language, they grow. And this is an opportunity. Different areas where Prof talk say, we go here, talk about. It surprised me, Seth, when he reached the aspect of Grail and all these kind of things for Nigeria and all of that stuff. It means say it has come to stay. So if government policy no favor the language itself and the speakers, then don't they work to ensure, say, the language penetrates all domains of activity. And we have all the people who are contributing, people where go talk for this conference, the lead speakers and the other presenters for this conference. We have all of them to thank, say, now they walk the talk for this pidgin, this Naija, which where we celebrate today. I thank everybody.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me say we'll go. I would like to take 1 minute to introduce the chairman for this our opening ceremony. Now, Dr. Tunde Adegbola, he working as they talked the other time. Okay, we welcome you again, sir. We thank you, say, join us for this ceremony. What would you do? We would like to take 2 minutes. No, be say go more than 2 minutes. Goodwill messages. We want to make our partners say Bosaf for which we don't join body put together. So we'd like to call on Percy we go represent Ifra Nigeria for your goodwill message. And then Naija she go use. So she go use Naija talk to us.
Una, good morning all. Good start, huh? Thank you. Body sweet me well today for this joint body. I want to certain una say, I happy well for the work when all the big researchers do for this ongoing project. This project, when be say, it make Naija language a scientific object when people suppose know, document, and study. Let me switch to English just for a few words. Thank you. Thank you. If I am talking today, it's not on my behalf only. It's on behalf of Dr. Barbara Morovich, the current director of Ifra Nigeria. I am the deputy director. And also on behalf of all the previous directors of Ifra Nigeria, especially Professor Caron. Professor Bernard Caron was director of FIFRA in the 90s and between 2008 and 2010. Being himself a linguist, he naturally got interested in Naija language. He has then found some funds through French research institutions in order to create the Naija Syncore program. And this program was the beginning of a strong and fruitful collaboration between IFRA Nigeria, some French universities, and teachers, lecturers, and postgraduate students of the Department of Linguistics and from the Institute of African Studies of the University of Ibadan. This happy mixed marriage has produced beautiful children, among which the online website Naija Syncore and the rich dictionary of Naija, edited by Professor Francis Egbokare. My last talk, na prayer, say, make this family continue to live long and happy. Una, well done. Thank you very much for your attention.
I will more jam my hands together again for the director, IFRA, French Research Institutes in Africa. Thank you very much, Ma. We'll say una do well. What we want to do now to go to the presentation of the dictionary itself. Our guy Ogbonge Sabi person, Francis Egbokare, don't put together this beautiful dictionary we'll see for her. I hope all of us they see a dictionary of Naija. So what we want to do now to go to the presentation of the dictionary itself and take photo with them. So we'll go take one short documentary now on top the dictionary. I mean, we'll go just wait 2 minutes for the technical people to get ready. So we'll go fit take that short documentary. But before the documentary, before they get ready, I'll go talk to us on how they take put together this dictionary. How then take cook the dictionary we come done. Now the title of the documentary be that one. How then take cook the dictionary we come done. So now that I'll go first take the documentary now. So we'll just give our technical people 2 minutes to put that one together for us. Yes, Oga will talk one while then.
Una do well. We know they do lunch, you know. Una no say lunching, no be for Akada people. So what we want to do now to just present the book. The book don't circulate, but we just want to make una see them. We decide say, na me and Bernard Caron, we decide say, we want people for Nigeria to get access to this dictionary. It go good, no good producer for Nigeria. So instead of say, make we go carry and go outside the country, we no say waiting dollars and pounds they talk. So now I find, by myself, I find the money when we can use, produce this dictionary. I know say I no go fit be rich man. I don't accept say I no want rich. The day when I tell God, say I don't care whether I rich or I not rich. Now in my mind just settle for life. No wahala again. So if you tell me one scheme or the other to make money, I go tell you say, no worry, I don't already broke. I don't care. So what do we do? We say the amount, exact amount when we use print them. Now we sell them for, and that amount now 6,500. I want to make people get the book instead of saying make I make money, because myself I know they feed even they keep them. As if they come, now they spend that. I tell my family, my children say, may they go hustle their own. If I pray say make my wife make it live longer than myself. But if na me come be saying na me live long, I go sell my house, use and chop. So make them go look their own. So this dictionary, I bet make una no vex. So not be this one just experiment. You know easy. Make I tell you, say you know easy to all the technical word when we're supposed to we need to sit down with the argue. Myself, Emeka, Onwebuzia, Victor Odirin, Agnes Legbeti, what's this Shulamite in the US now. And so we sit down, they struggle before we fit get with. But Caron and myself, we agree, say it must be Nigerian pidgin, Nigerian pidgin. It must be Nigeria inside Nigeria. Make I explain what that one be. When I look the dictionary when we do for AMI today, it be like saying an AMI dictionary for English. It be like saying an English dictionary for AMI. In other words, the thing when the head, what did they go on for the head? No be AMI in English. So this one, everything we do on for Nigeria, we think like Nigeria and we write on like Nigeria, but we just start. So after this one, no, me I not do dictionary again. I no, what we want to do be say we get some colleagues for France, and one of the technical person, Kim Geddes, Benacaron don't retire now, so you know we'll get chance. So if you see in house safe, me say one go say make I tell her make he go vacation, make her enjoy in house more. We get wiki version. Wiki-based version of this dictionary that will go online. It will go live. Let me explain that one in English. It's going to go live. And after this conference, we are going to train about 2 people who are going to stay with the wiki-based version for a period of 2 years minimum so that they can update. So, but this is the first and last version of the print that I will be involved in. But once it goes online, it becomes a living dictionary. And that is what the ultimate aim. But for this one, we just want to get into the school system to change the dynamics of the way perception and also to ensure that things are done properly in terms of language development. So I need to talk Oyibo to make una know say, not be say I not fit speak Oyibo. So I dey speak Oyibo. So the document is done already. Okay. I think we should just go on. Oh, okay. It's ready. Okay. They say it's ready. So thank you now. I thank you now well. So any person when just one by after, we're not selling here inside like this now. When you go outside, just pick your copy. And you feel also get copies and dash other people. When I don't dash, I don't dash so many copies already, you know, because the thing see they catch me for body. So I thank you now for time one and spent to come here. Thank you.
All right, so we're not ready now to watch a short documentary on how we take to the dictionary and more about Naija itself. So more watch the documentary for 3 minutes.
For this one, with perceptions and also to ensure that things are done properly in terms of language development. So I need to talk Oyibo to make an amazing. What we say, I know please speak Oyibo.
You see the dictionary now.
So
Since 2009. Even before then, I will start up.
This stage of the work we don't do now for more than 8 years. We don't do on the course 2017. We don't first gather the corpus, we're going to people who speak the language, record them. After we record them, we can write them down, we can analyze them, we can do many things to talk. So we can talk say, as everything won't end, so we will gather something we say, we will still present the work we don't do to everybody, make everybody see. That's second level, so we thought for 2020. Now we can gather all the word. Now we come from the team of people who go do the actual editing. maybe those 6 people when I call, so 5 people join myself.
So
Now we can't day, we go just day like this, we look at the word, we can't, all of us will gather, because okay, what does this word mean? How do they talk about this language? What do you mean? What do be different things what we go get? We will just look at, we go debate, we go rag ourselves, we talk code after we don't as we finish. You can't write again. So we just continue like that.
My role na to join brain with the brain of other ogbonge people dem come into pidgin gather many words.
You see the dictionary now.
Dem come begin dey break am down, explain the words. When we go reach whether dem dey actual word, whether na name of person or whether na a name of place, we gather explain. Stop for there. We come even begin to give example of how to take use like that.
My main task was to participate in the development of the annotation frame and also the tools for doing synthetic annotation in for this language and also to some extent to the transcription and so on. But and then at the end, rather, it was the goal to develop this dictionary, and I was to extract patterns of all different types of words.
So that time we begin one day we stick together almost night. We find one word we branch leg. That's time the work not easy. God today now.
I go meet one group like that when they say they go give us money to do dictionary. Now they talk them say they don't give one Nigerian only make it dictionary that time for Naija. That one they say around 80s or 90s. But I realize say the man no fit finish the work. So they don't want to give anybody money again. So now IFRA, French Research Institute for one day for Ibadan here. Can't give me, I can't write grants proposal. They can't give me 1 million naira. You know, within 1 million naira be that time. So they can't release the first batch to me 400. I start the work. They work together, me and my students. And so, they know one do that work again. Say their policy don't change. Instead of me to stop the work, I talk, say, Naija na our language. If I know whether I see money or not, it will only take time. Slow, go take time. So I just work on them.
It's easy because dictionary, those words, unlike English, when we say meaning, waiting hard us. That's the go say, yeah, take this word, they do one. So they give you word like say move. If you won't come explain the word, move not go that would be explain. So how you go take it? That thing hard us, not small. So we go there sometimes we go argue. We don't give one not this small that time. So but for us to finish when they want to finish, sometimes you go do like different fit finish the work. So they don't want to give anybody money again. So IFRA, French Research Institute for one day for Ibadan here. Can't give me, I can't write grants proposal. They can't give me 1 million naira. You know, within 1 million naira be that time. So they can't release the first batch to me 400. I start the work. They work together, me and my students. And so, they know one who's working and say their policy don't change. Instead of me to stop the work, I talk, say, Naija na our language. If I know whether I see money or not, it will only take time. Slow, it will take time. So I just work on them. It's easy because dictionary, those words, unlike English, when we say meaning, waiting hard us. So come say, yeah, take some words, they do one. They give you word like they move. So one come explain the word, move not go that with you. So how you go take it? That thing hard us, not small. So we go there sometimes we go argue. We don't give one not this small that time. So but for us to finish when they want to finish, sometimes you go do like different fit. So they don't want to give anybody money again.
Like,
So Ifra.
I mean, be like say we go come back to. We need to come back to the documentary. Be like say the machines know air pigeon well. So we'll come back to it. We'll try teach our Naija small. So we just move on. Waiting documentary no fit tell us clearly now. We'll come back to Ram. We go tell us clearly. The book reviewer go fit tell us. Because the book reviewer go there live and direct. Now our book reviewer na Professor Shola Olorunyomi, Director Institute of African Studies, University of Ibadan. But he there now, you know there with us now. Now another oga, now Bunge Sabi Pesi, Professor Senayo Olaoluwa na go represent Professor Shola Olorunyomi. Mo jam our hands together for Professor Senayo Olaoluwa. So you now go tell us about these are Pidgin Dictionary in just 5 minutes. We know we use more than 5 minutes to talk that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the Helele. They say I want to read something here. And before I read the thing where they say, make I read, I get confession where I want to make. The confession I say, na boropos. What do they call boropos for worry? Now I want to do here so because no be me writer. So they just give me this morning, say, make I yanam. I also come here say the thing now for English. You know before Pidgin. So now go manage them as I take read them. But before I go read waiting they don't give me so. It go good make I butu and digwe for all the Ogbonge Ogadem where they on top high table. Professor Ben Elugbe Emeritus. What many people don't know. Now say we will come from Agowe that time where we carried our first degree. When we come UI, some people go to carry corner eye look us. And they tell them, say, what I don't know, now say, now the finest from UI. Now they teach us to go away. And now Professor Lugbe, now he teach me phonology. When I go away, so when I know. So the small phone where they carry whole body. Now Professor Lugbe give me. Prof, where? I also want to thank Professor Adebola, where they call it Gumi. Now only if you come from UI, now you go take note in the talk. You do well, sir. Professor Ofulue, it's so good to see you again, ma'am. Now the day front, where would they follow them for Yash? Now warrior they speak, oh. And I know saying na so with the arranger for yonder. So the same can yarn some on top waiting they here. Like I said, now this one they carry gimme. And now for English they corrector. So it come be like say now another language. I want to take read waiting they talk say they here. Now my guy alone you me right time and I saw they carry right big in way I know they know. So I go just read small and in the end I will talk waiting it talk say it be the overall idea. And so he began this way. A reliable and well compounded written dictionary is an indispensable tool in the realm of language learning and reference materials. A dictionary of Naija is a commendable effort packaging 2,072 entries, main words and 403 synonyms, forms of those main words into concise and accessible volume. Below are the dictionary's strengths, weaknesses, and overall utility and recommendations. I'm going to quickly read a few of these, and then we can quickly move on to the other matters. Talking about his strengths, he specifically writes that clear delimitation and delineation of meanings is a part of it. There is also relevance, timeliness, and impact. And as he speaks about that, he talks about the comparative value of the work, which I may not have the luxury of time to explain because we have just 5 minutes and the definitions are very clear with relevant examples and user-friendly layout, which are all, what we regard as the strengths of this innovative work. Areas of improvement, I would say, says, we may begin to consider when we acknowledge the fact that the scope is still limited, as it were, with just 2,072 entries. The dictionary may not be exhaustive enough for a first-time pidgin learner of non-English origin. Wide acceptability usage of entries. A lot of words were picked from Nigerian languages without recourse to popular usage, or let's say have the population of Nigerians knowing such a word and its meaning. Examples are Ochanja on page 394, Obisa, and a few others. Spelling inconsistency becomes another matter, and he talks about them. In all, the strengths of this book outweigh the weaknesses, which I believe will be removed in subsequent editions of the text. Now, there are recommendations, and I guess we're rounding off. We need to do something about the index, invaluable and much needed for a book of this caliber, and should be done for the next edition of the dictionary. There is need to make a difference between etymology and where an entry could be found or was first used, e.g. laugh. A proofreader is needed for subsequent editions of the dictionary, and there are a couple of pages that are referenced that should be considered, and there are final thoughts. The dictionary is a solid foundation for building Naija Pidgin, both in vocabulary and comprehension. Its clear explanations and concise nature allows it to be an ideal companion for both lingophiles and an enthusiastic learner of Naija. With just a few additions, elaborations, and expansions, it could become an even more indispensable resource in Nigeria and the world over. The dictionary's utility is ensconced in the fact that it is a physical manifestation of the quest to solve the problems of Nigerian pidgin, as referenced by Eyomensa in terms of orthography and codification. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I would like to say this is how far I am able to represent Professor Shola Olorunyomi on this matter. I want to thank all of you well, as with the yarn for pidgin. Now do well for my body.
Okay, thank you, sir. Feel like say make Oga take the mic, continue the job of MC, sir. But I don't know where she come from. As I see that now, I remember where it come from. He did for body. So thank you very much, sir. I don't forget say Oga stay for worry well. And Oga Sabi and not be small. Not be only say he stay for worry, even do something where they, they're criminal. But he take the daughter come out when they come out. Now, thank you very much, sir. So would I will more make progress now. We don't reach for the documentary, what we call short journal video. We'll try to show you the other time. What you go to be say, go send the link to you. If you go watch out for YouTube, we know if you go back to Ram again, just to save our time for pocket small. Now we go the main cocoa yarning. Now, what you they call keynote address for pitching be that one. The main cocoyanin. So the main cocoyanin for today will come from Ogbonge Sabi person, Professor Christine Yetunde Ofulue. So I would like call on, I know we'll call on the keynote speaker directly because she don't seated already. But I like call the person who will read the citation of the keynote speaker. Now that a small yarn will concern who she be. So make a call on Dr. Agnes Legbeti. She go do the citation. Dr. Agnes Legbeti. Or more first do the citation of the citation reader. So that if you they do this, I don't know what you go call that for PG. If they do the citation of the citation reader. So they Agnes Legbeti. Okay. Oh, she don't they come already. So no say when you want to introduce big masquerade, you go need be a masquerade yourself. So maybe she go wear the costume. So she go join us now. So we go fit take down. Dr. Agnes Legbeti. Okay, she's there. Book people know they work me, they don't carry laptop. And the problem be that so she they look for the laptop. The one will get better battery. So she don't come already. So I will leave the stage for her. Make she tell us more about Professor Christine Ofulue. I hope say I get the name right. Thank you. I go school small. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, Miss Road, where it also we always look for where to charge our battery. I when I know this. This small picking go always get us to be. Citation. Yarning about our Ogbonge Sabi person. Our Ogbonge Sabi person, we stand so. Her name na Christine Ofulue. I don't know verse. She be professor of linguistics and Sabi person for distance learning for the National Open University, wey dey Nigeria. She do a big book wey they call PhD for Indiana University, wey dey Bloomington for USA. That year when she do am, that be 1992. After that one, she can't do postgraduate diploma for open distance, for open and distance for far people wey still want learn book. She still go learn about that one too for one school wey be Indira Gandhi University for Indiana for 2008 for India. Okay. As she stand for years so, now Ogbonge Sabi person wey not be small boy. She don't talk for many local and abroad people. For their meeting, she don't yarn where for there. The person will stand before us, she gets plenty words for mouth. And she don't do many things. One of them, now for Society for Pidgin and Creole Linguistics. Now one joint body meeting for the University of Groningen, Netherlands. I see go school before I speak Pidgin. So one they follow me for 2023. Now the part where concern are pass. Now how languages and technology they feed a mingle to affect how people they select and use language for society, where many different languages they gather together. She they work on Naija, than a Nigerian pidgin. Now the name they call Nigerian pidgin as an area of specialization where our power sit down put. Now for Nigerian pidgin and minority languages. She also they work on Africa people where they abroad. We can put eye for anything we concern pidgin for Africa for here. She be one of those we join to work for Naija Sinko, the backbone for the dictionary, we give small backbone. I mean, that big backbone to this pidgin this dictionary wey come from Naija Cinco project. And then be the people wey gather Naija words put together to form plenty room where data dey, where dem come take do this dictionary for here. Our ogbonge person wey stand. Now, as I dey talk to una now, the director for Regional Training and Research Institute for far and near learn of book for the whole West Africa, not be small play, for the whole West Africa. Now do well. When I keep on coming, keep it coming. For the African Council for Distance Education, Quality Assurance, Accreditation. As I stand here, so are too small. I beg una join me to welcome Professor. Thank you.
I greet una good morning. Then they talk say whether now then they stand on top protocol. I mean then they go stand, then go sit down under them. Whichever one it be. I won't stand with the existing protocol, but make you allow me greet some people where they here, even though I dey greet everybody. You are in a second home for me because now here I do my master's, and Emeritus Professor Helele now him be my supervisor for that time. So I won't greet Prof. Thank you, sir, and welcome. I won't greet the Dean, Faculty of Arts, Professor Yetade, long time friend. Thank you, sir. And Dr. Demola Louis, our HOD for linguistics. Thank you. I won't greet Dr. Adibola too. Plenty work where we they do together. Even I don't drag and go Open University. And doctor, they do plenty work for us there. Thank you, sir. You go pardon me because me, I be second language speaker. I no consider myself to be a first language speaker of Pidgin. But something where I want to talk before they fix this computer. Professor Yetade don't mention them before. He said if they tell you, say, Pidgin, they spoil English, say na lie, me will not believe them. And we get example for here today. Emeritus Professor Helele, see as he just they go, they switch, they go, they go. The grammar good, I be the grammar no good. So our people wey dey Department of English, now beg we dey beg una. Say as una dey do research, make una put eye. Naija na language in his own right. Una know they compare them. Because when you compare, I be like, say, you go say, oh, this one, now so then they talk am for English. Now, as it be like that, and the one way they talk for Naija no good. So, I want to thank Emeritus Professor Lugbe for all the contribution where you don't put for Naija, where be saying we dey here today. I want to thank my, last but not the least, my brother, my friend, my colleague, my paddy, Professor Francis Ebohari. As they don't talk before, I don't know where they find his strength, but they say they don't talk and say na young man he be. You know be old man. So I want to thank him for the call where you call me, say I want make I come talk small on top this matter. Like I don't talk before. My journey for linguistics, UI did big part of that journey. I also remember say, now here we do the first Naija conference in 2009. I don't know how many people did there that day. I know say it's Ariata did there. And it don't take 15 years now before we now get this one. So I want to thank Professor Egwari, say he no forget and all the hard work we take do to make this conference happen like it be. It can't happen, say, nah, for the time of Nigeria's independence, now we they take do this conference. Nigeria's story and Nigeria, now one it build. We know if we talk the story of Nigeria, where you go leave Nigeria behind. And we go to see that one as I go talk about them later. I will now switch to English so that it will, for those, I realize there are people online, and I'll get into the presentation. I thought a lot about the journey, the topic, because I was given a free hand to choose. And I thought, I reflected about my journey into Pidgin and Creole studies. Incidentally, my PhD was on Nigerian Pidgin way back then. And I had a supervisor who was a rebel, because that was the time when there was the debate and the frustration about structuralist views and approaches to language. And so when he saw what I was interested in, he took it up, and it was for him, it was a challenge. He was an Africanist in terms of linguistics, Professor Charles Bird, and he made me, we were like his guinea pigs actually, because he was testing this post-structuralist approach to language, where you argue that, there's a blurring, language is not fixed, it's not static. And so when we try to analyze at any level, linguistic level, we need to keep that in mind. And Pidgin and Creoles actually presented themselves, or they still do present themselves, as the languages that sort of it's a good place to test those kinds of theories. For me as a person, my passion has always been drawn towards whatever is marginalized. Whatever is unconventional, whatever is, that it's, put aside because of the potential that they have to shed light on alternative ways of looking and doing things. So I think that was my attraction to Pidgins and Creoles. And I think it's also my attraction to distance learning, because distance learning to us is just coming into its own. It has suffered a lot of misconception, especially in Nigeria here. And so this is what in part informed this title, which I call From Marginalization to Mainstream, Evaluating the Evolution of Naija and Prospects for Future Growth and Advancement. The message is the same, that it can be different. Pidgins and Creoles, although not everybody agrees, are categorized as a unique set of languages that are characterized by certain common features. Not everybody agrees with this, but that's not what we'll look at today. But the point I want to make is that, you know, a language is a language, and it may be different, but it's same. And what we're trying to show today is that it can perform the same kind of roles that all of our languages can. We just need to do some work. I also wanted to say that because all languages are equal, it is on this premise that the rights of Pidgin and Creole speakers, whether minority or minoritized or otherwise, it is their right to experience and enjoy maximum value of their language varieties. So I will go into it's on this note that, or in this spirit that I'll go into it's not changing there. So maybe it will be changing the outline. Basically, I will want to look at, to attempt in this address to set the stage for exploring Naija within the context of its global significance. Also within the context of its local relevance and all of the spaces in between. As the most widely spoken Pidgin Creole language globally, Naija serves as a critical medium of communication across diverse ethnic groups in Nigeria and amongst the diaspora. So in this presentation, we'll be looking at just a survey of its emergence. A lot has been said already, so we won't waste too much time with that. Highlighting key milestones in social, cultural, academic, and policy contexts, including the role it's played in media and education initiatives, but particularly looking at the issues of ideology, which is one of the things that, one of the aspects that I usually look out for. Because no language is just a language on its own. Every language is pushed and used with ideologies behind the discourse. It will address the challenges posed by existing language policies. Professor Etade made reference to the national language policy, and also societal perceptions that often undermine the language's potential. I attempt to reframe the discourse or the discussion that we should view Naija more than being a linguistic phenomenon, more than being a tool for national development, which a lot of our studies have already shown, but to look at it within the current dispensation of the digital world that we live in, and what opportunities can we explore in order to add value to this language. And this perspective, if we hold this perspective, basically we're saying that we can open more avenues for its future development that is other than national reasons, and all of that. So I would like to invite us as participants at this very important conference to envision collaborative strategies that leverage on Naija's unique position in both local and global context, so that we can foster a richer understanding of his role in shaping identities and driving socio-economic progress. So the outline speaks for itself. Can we do the next slide, please? Next slide. Now I need somebody to, yeah, okay. So just to set the context, there are a few basic concepts that I would like to share with us so that you just know where I'm coming from. So like I said already, basically I'm approaching this from a post-structuralist view, dimension or perspective, or what you would call a social approach. And that means or includes the fact that seeing language as not an object that is outside of the domain of its use, seeing language as socially constructed and continually negotiated. And this idea of a homogeneous, or what we've now referred to as standard, is the variation and all of that is all part of the language, and not something to be set aside and say it's just one thing. Also, the idea of language ideology and the cultural conceptions that entail. Looking at it basically with broader conceptions that will account for what I've been talking about, the fluidity, the fact that it's not, oh, one language stops here and one starts now and all of that, but that there's a fluidity and that language is constantly in a flux. Last but not the least of these concepts is the issue of language minoritization. Basically, that languages, especially languages like this, it's not about their population, because if we are going to look at Nigeria's population, we shouldn't be here talking about, oh, it's not acknowledged and all of that, because we all know that at least it's an estimate, but at least half of the Nigerian population speak it. So if it was, so we can't call it a minority language, but it's a minoritized language because it has been minoritized by the power dynamics and the hegemony of the official language that exists, and the arrangements that we have in terms of allocation of or assignment of functions and rules in the country. So any process, social political process that marginalizes certain languages compared to the more dominant ones, we will say that is monitorized, but more importantly is to look at the ideologies that are supporting such an arrangement, and those ideologies that make such languages be kept out or be excluded from certain sectors, such as education in this instance. Next slide. So from here, we'll hopefully be faster. I'm sorry that this is not very clear, but I wanted to give us an idea of Naija in the context of the other Pidgins and Creole languages in the world. There are 76 of them known, and 25 are spoken on the African continent. And Naija is part of, as we all know, a continuum of West African Pidgin Creole varieties that run across the coast from the Gambia to Cameroon. It shares parallels and continuities that is beyond Africa with other Pidgin Creole varieties such as Gola Gichi, which is an African-American Creole. I was opportune to work on that a little bit. And also the African-American Well, it's called African American Vernacular English, but it has several names, which are spoken in the US. Like I said already, at least estimated population is over 100 million. And of course, you have first and second language speakers. But what I like us to see is just to note, and I can make this available. This is a site that, and it's constantly being updated to showcase the development and the changes of pidgins and creoles around the world. And you can see where you have Africa, there's a constellation of these languages. And it means that they are languages that we cannot ignore. Next slide. So a little bit about the emergence. We've heard a lot, but this is just to give us a visual of its emergence. There's a lot in literature, and I think this is one of the, in case I forget to say this, I think one of the things I wanted to recommend at the end is that the Naija Language Network should consider a repository of research studies, be it students' projects, theses, all of that, around the world, the repository where all that is archived, so that you have a one-stop shop, and it helps to direct research so that we're not repeating ourselves or doing what others have done, but we're looking for other aspects that is really needed. I say that because there's a lot out there, and it's a lot of it also is repeating maybe what somebody else may have said, but we need to sort of maximize the research potential that this language offers us. So in terms of emergence, like I said, there's a lot, but one of the things I tried to do was to trace, based on existing records, to look at what has been written and some of the gaps in, the common literature. A lot of us just say, "Oh, what is Naija?" Oh, it's how did it emerge? They say, "Oh, it's emerged out of contacts between Europeans and the coastal people that lived along the coast." But that was before Nigeria was Nigeria. But really, it's not as simple as that. There are a lot of aspects, such as population, the limited nature of the interaction at the time, the type of relationship which has changed, from pre to colonial to post, and also even our thinking that perhaps there was some putative type of pidgin at the time. These are all things that are being debated. So there's a lot more to this in terms of looking at the emergence. But what we do know is that, yes, that this contact sets the stage for its emergence. And then if we look at the colonial period, we'll see again changes in relationship between the two main players, and then we'll see that even in terms of the context, there are also changes. The slave trade ended, and population changes, demographics, movements, the number of persons that interacted with those with the lexifier also changed. And so there's just a lot. Even the issue of prestige means that there was some level of prestige way back then, but we decreased as as we went into the post-colonial, because there was the emergence of the educated elite. And then, of course, that's where our stigmatization started. Next slide, please. The other thing I would like to just quickly look at is for us to consider is the naming. So Prof talked about this a bit, that Naija is no longer broken, but that's where it started from, you know, being referred, and there are still people that refer to it till today as broken. So I say, what's in a name, you know? So the naming of Naija, and Naija is not the only Pidgin Creole language that has gone through this. I mentioned African American vernacular. There has been a lot on that. There was even a huge issue about when someone came up to change it to Ebonics. So it's all the attempts to sort of make it more acceptable, or to shed that toga of its pre-colonial history. But this is the milestones anyways. So you had broken at one time. From broken, it changed to, and this is all in literature, to Pidgin English, and some people still refer to it as that. At the same time, Pidgin, West African Pidgin English, and then the one that has stuck with us the most, and thanks to Emeritus Professor Helele and the late Mafeni, is Nigerian Pidgin. And some people still, you know, have to add English at the end. Why, we don't know, because of that link to its lexifier. And today we are talking about Naija. Looking at the examination of the meanings of these labels since its emergence, for me, reveal a situation that is suffused with a lot of ideologies. How was broken at the time? Broken was not necessarily, for some persons, was not something that was associated with negativity or stigmatization, but now it is. And we need to look at, we need to take those ideologies into consideration. Even the word Pidgin. If you ask the typical person, Nigerian on the street, and say, you know, what is this Pidgin? They don't associate it with necessarily with a negative connotation. So there's still a divide between us as academics and the users, the day-to-day users of the language in terms of the naming. But like I say here, the Nigerian Pidgin, of course, we say Naija, and Nigerian Pidgin is still in use, and it probably will be for some time to come. So, Prof, I'm not sure one is going to, for some time, I think it's still going to be used side by side. But who knows? Just like the book reviewer, I think, or someone said that there's nothing strange about Nigerian Pidgin being referred to as Naija, because we do have that naming culture, not only here in Nigeria, but even elsewhere. So the ideology behind this is also an issue, because you have, on one hand, you're trying to set a language that is to be recognized in its own right. But on the other hand, there's the other group that feels that to add English is actually to give it some level of status. And so that's another view. So, but whichever it is, I think that at the end of the day, it's really important that that the users, the day-to-day users, play a role in all of this. This naming thing, I'm bringing it up because I don't know how many of us remember in 2010 when it was an issue. The then minister, late Professor Dora Kuli, made a comment and said that, when Naija, the country was being referred to as Naija all over the place. And she said, no, that's a negative thing, that they shouldn't do that. And then you should, I did a little study on, the comments online at the time, and people were posting and all of that. This is just to help us to see the ideological views behind what even brought about referring to Nigeria as Naija. There's a lot behind that, and some of it includes things like nationhood, giving a sense of identity, a sense of ownership, especially against the background of the fact that nobody was consulted when the name Nigeria was given. There was no consensus, there was no debate, there was no coming together. And so you have that questioning that had been up and on. And so again, we see this move as a way of offering a different view and almost reinventing and trying to give for those who have brought up the name Naija, to give a different meaning, to say, so it's like Nigeria has been it's like a deconstruction of Nigeria to refer to the Nigerian nation, and now as we have it by association to the lingua franca. Next slide. So here are just some social linguistic indicators. We've all been talking about that all morning, so I won't waste time with that. You can see that. I just want to point out that the only place where Naija has not conquered, if I may use the word, is in education. So you can see the no there. But we'll just go quickly, next slide, and just do a survey of all the domains of use. So I like these two images because it's like a juxtaposition. One in history, it illustrates history. So Fela came up at the time when we're in an early colonial era, and he switched from Yoruba to Naija to be able to convey, his message of anti-colonialism and decolonization, as Professor Kwari earlier mentioned. And then fast forward to today, I don't know how many of us have watched this theater production, but if you ever get a chance, it's playing anywhere around. I think I would recommend it highly. This is a production that uses a lot of Naija, and it's global. Fela's music is also global. As a matter of fact, it's reported that he, being the pioneer of Afrobeat, has played a significant role in connecting, with a broader audience across borders, and also laying a foundation for other music genres to come up, such as the hip hop as we have it today. So there's a lot there. And then to the theater production, I know we have a lot more now, but I picked this particularly because of the societal issues. And I know Ifra actually had them here in Ibadan at some time. I don't know how many people got to watch that. Going on to the next is film. This is still within the arts. Again, you find Naija playing a significant role here to the success of the Nollywood movie industry, even before it became known as Nollywood. By leveraging Naija, as you can see there, you've been able to create, Nollywood has been able to create a unique identity for its productions and expand its audience. So there is a commercial and economic value to this. And please keep that in mind as we go on. I particularly like the quote from Haynes, who has kept pace with study of film in Nigeria, but it describes Nollywood and Naija as two intertwined sources of national identity that came from bottom up. So now this is not an top-bottom thing. It's a bottom up. So it's popular, driven by popular culture. This is a very important point to make. So what has sustained it to date is not, next slide, it's not it's not a policy anywhere. It's popular culture. Of course, this again in the domain of advertising, we see even government uses it, but yet does not acknowledge it. I don't know how that works, but that's what we have. Next slide. So in all, its use in music, theater, film is very significant because as a lingua franca, it's reflecting the history of a language that has faced inequality, but which has defied that, becoming a language of empowerment, resistance, and being able to operate within the contemporary context. It has gained global recognition. So there's a lot that is going for it. The Pan-African unity, it serves as that medium, and also within, amongst Nigerians, the nationalistic spirit. Next slide. So still going on, we have media. We've talked a lot about BBC. I don't know how many people listen to Brekete Radio in Abuja. It's a human rights radio station, as a matter of fact, solving people's problems, all in Naija, and Wazobia came up early. So these are all, I know we know this, but I'm mentioning them for a reason, because now these are stations that may have started, with radio stations, but now they've again created, by virtue of the internet, they are streamed live, so online, so from wherever people are able to go to join in. So this is all setting a stage for its future advancement. Next slide. So can I move slides from here? Okay. So I'm visiting here because I know there's a session, going to be a session on its use within the religious context. I'm showing you at least 4 translations that exist, 2 in Africa, in West Africa, as a matter of fact, and 2, one from Jamaica, and the other one, the Gola Gichi that I spoke about, the African American Creole. So within the wider context of Pidgins and Creoles, you have these. They are illustrating their contributions, the contributions of translation work to their development. I'm aware that there are a number of translations also here in Nigeria that have translated the Bible into Naija. I have personally been involved in one. And I from the information I have, that it was the aim is to have it in audio and also in text. But it also creates, it offers us and those who are interested sites to examine and explore the writing systems. So what writing systems have been adopted in these translations, and what has informed them? What are the ideologies behind all of that, the ideologies that have been subscribed to? Next slide. So I know, again, there's a lot more out there than there is on this slide. So, but I just tried to show again, if you notice, this is developmental. So Pidgin Stew came out 80s, way back. And I know we also always talk about the Antera Duke diaries. It's a bit a contested issue as one of the earliest representations of Naija. That's quite contested, debatable. So I usually do not, put that up as an early representation. But these ones is safe to say. Again, looking at the writing systems, a lot of these have adopted generally etymological writing systems using orthographic conventions that are similar to that of the English lexifier. Whether that is doing a disservice to the language or not, there are pros and cons to these things, and we'll not have enough time to go through this. But this is all in the realm of codification. So when we look at writing practices, as Naija moves more into the more formal written domains, alongside the influence of various media, and all of this is happening in the absence of a language policy, a cohesive language policy. All of this is happening in the context of prevailing hegemonic ideologies. These are all things that it adds and contributes to the shaping of what we will call non-standardized writing practices. And we see that all of these are not just being used for being used sake. There are underlying ideologies, and for several reasons, including promoting linguistic creativity. Next slide. So in the area of research, again, Naija is perhaps one of the most researched of Pidgin Creole varieties, at least for West Africa. I did a bit on that and saw that there wasn't as much as for Cameroon, Ghana, and the like. But this work, again, can be traced back to various scholars who laid a foundation. And we've heard this morning the story. And thank you very much, Prof, for sharing. I didn't know there was a connection between yourself and Mafeni. But these are seminal works, Mafeni, Lugba and Omamo, that for as long as you tell the story of Naija, I think they will always be referred to. Of course, there's also Farah and many others that have contributed significantly. And this, I would say, it's still not enough. Still a lot that needs to be done. And it all underscores the need for further exploration at all linguistic levels. We've heard about Naija Synchro this morning and about the dictionary that has just been unveiled. Slide. Overall, in terms of the early research, established Naija as a vital linguistic resource that reflects the complexities of Nigeria's multilingual landscape. And like I said, it has opened avenues for both current and future investigations into his role in contemporary society. And this is part of where I'm going. What does the future portend or have? What are the opportunities in the society, in the contemporary society that we live in now, particularly in a digital world? I am recommending here that, like I said before, for Naija Language Network to consider setting up a repository of all these research works so that it can facilitate more targeted and systematic research going forward. Next slide. So I probably won't stay much on this, but this is just to talk about all the, we have been talking ideologies, the whole discourse of resistance to hegemonic ideologies that legitimize political power and control, the dominance of English, and the view that languages that are not recognized as that are recognized as non-standard don't have a place in the literary world, but we all know differently. Next slide. So there's a lot that's research that still needs to be done in terms of the writing practices and strategies that are adopted. Like I said, what are the ideological views that make one type of writing style over another? And believe me, none of it is without a reason. And a lot of times it's tied to their political. We know elsewhere in other Pidgin and Creole contexts that there are a lot of political issues. There are a number of Pidgin and Creoles that have two writing systems, right? So what that means that it doesn't have to be one. Okay, so it's all out there for us to consider. Next slide. Now, the last frontier, education. This is where perhaps the issue of ideology, hegemonic ideologies, stand gidigba, as they would say in Naija, and refuses to move. I'm currently engaged in a study, multilingualism in education, with focus on the use of Naija, and I think it's one of the lead papers. They would say more about it, so I won't go deep into it. But what I just want us to notice when it comes to the issue of policy, remember in those days when you were in primary school or secondary school, they will say, make you no talk, if it use Pidgin, if it even talk, the use Yoruba or any indigenous language. Why? Oh, it will ruin your English. It's still existing in today, 21st century, because the schools, the teachers that we surveyed, there's just 1 day out of 5 days, and that is in some places, I think Lagos State, just 1 day is given to students to speak any other language. The remaining days are English. And we are trying to encourage to save our languages. So the educational sector remains the last frontier to be conquered. Next slide. I know Dr. Adebola may have something to say on that one, but I'm trying to save time. Next slide. So I'm looking at policy environment now, and I'm close to rounding up. So again, the adoption of the term Naija and the establishment of the Naija Language Academy in 2009, and now Naija Language Network in 2024, is all part of policy to provide direction for future development of the language. And I stumbled on some article that described this as an ideological movement itself. And it's true. I mean, ideology is not bad. What is bad is if the ideology is used to suppress and oppress, others. But if it's an ideology that promotes, then we go for it. And I will want to add that also the issue of study of Naija in the curricula, as we have it today, I think we can improve on it. I know one of my memorable times in moments in UI was the fact that I was able to teach the LIN 366, Pidgins and Creoles, and I believe my students enjoyed it. I think it exposed them to help them to realize or to see, have a different perspective that Naija no be just anyhow language. If you talk them anyhow, but that it has rules, it has, you know, it has a structure, and all of that. So I think there's room for and I think there's even room for interdisciplinary, not just research, but even this. I don't know if English students in the English program also take this course. They should. Because if they are going to be teaching maybe English teachers or whatever, then, I mean, what are we talking about? We do need to have that interdisciplinary connection. And I wouldn't think even beyond English, mass comm, and all of these other related programs, and so that we can improve the curricula in that regard and promote, you know, a better understanding, a correct understanding of Naija. Next slide. So the more on policy environment is the national language policy. And long-awaited policy review, but that produced some disappointments. And Professor Itade already acknowledged this. Just in a couple of places, and even when it was mentioned, guess what? How it was referred to? Pidgin English. What? In the 21st century? Looks like that policy document was for the 19th or 18th century, if you ask me. And so that in itself is an issue. The naming portrays the ideology. It's an issue in such a document. And secondly, it was grouped. Can you see the grouping? It's grouped among English, French. It's not seen as a Nigerian language. That is a problem. So even from the word go, I didn't even go further. I mean, this is already a faulty foundation. And this policy is in no way going to help the case of Naija the way it has been. So this, for me, is a policy disappointment, but all is not lost. Next slide. So we can't even talk about it being offered any or assigned any functions when it's not even seen as a Nigerian language. Because if it was seen as a Nigerian language, then all the revisions that were made about Nigerian languages functioning and all of that would have applied to it as well. So I'm just wanting to highlight a few things about policy. A policy that would address future advancement of Naija. And I think indeed of indigenous languages, whatever they may be, should be one that would consider the role that it will play in the digital world. I was just listening to Agnes. I don't know how long she spent on trying to translate. But imagine that, you know, we have enough data and information that has trained the AI. She would have just passed that thing through and it would have given her a fairly good translation, as we have it for many other languages today. So I think that's where we should be going. And we have, it's already started. Google has something, I don't know how good it is, but it's getting better by the day. YouTube already does a lot of that. If you are really into music and music that that has a lot of local language or Naija in it, it won't translate, but it will transcribe, and it's automatic. It will provide the transcription there, right there. So I think these are considerations that should not only be considered going forward to direct, the future, but I think these are things that should have been in the policy as well. I've already talked about the interdisciplinary research, and then the issue of accessibility. Dr. Adebola is a passionate activist when it comes to, it's there in the policy though that all the radio broadcasts are in indigenous languages, but it doesn't affect Naija, that they should be archived, they should be curated, they should be this. I'm not sure it said they should be digitized or they should be put, in such a way that it can be assessed by all the large that are available. And why can we not create our own, large language model and start doing that for our languages? Why are we waiting for Google? Or we could partner with them. So I talk about reframing. Maybe it's not a problem. I talk about reframing the discussion. For us to begin to see Naija not merely as a developmental issue. Oh, national development is good for language development. That's as from the linguistic perspective, but rather as an economic opportunity. Because we've noticed that when it comes to a language like English, why is it raining? It's because it's associated with upward mobility. A lot of economic value is attached to it. And so its continued use even till today, that we can talk about Naija today, is because the users have found economic value to it. They've used it to create a niche for themselves. Yeah, there are a few people who are passionate and there's no economic gain, but for the larger part, this is what is driving Naija today. And so I think advocacy and policy initiatives should reflect this, its value addition. We must not give up in terms of advocacy to government, to whoever is willing to listen, while we continue to direct research and harness AI-driven solutions for Naija's advancement and participation in the digital world. I've talked about YouTube. I want to end with this slide that talks about the Nigerian story. I think it's one slide. Next slide. Again, this is another musical that is a must watch. I hope they come to Ibadan. I watched it just a few days ago in Abuja. And the Nigerian story was told so beautifully. And it's what's, really brought it down home to me, that there's no telling of our story without Naija, because it's already woven into the tapestry of this country. And it has put this country on the map. Whether we like it or not, it has put this country on the map. So the musical was interspersed with sayings in Naija that projects the hopes and aspirations and the resilience of us as a people. And so on that note, I would want to end this keynote with one of those sayings, which has already been used today. People, they talk and say, Naija no dey carry last. And by God's grace, Naija no go carry last. Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right, thank you very much. Please let's more celebrate Obunge Sabi person. So Christine will follow again. We really appreciate she don't talk to us about Nigerian PGI take start and where would they go and why they important for us. Make we start to document things now. More the right hand and more the archive them somewhere, they keep them somewhere, and why art, literature, and other aspects of our life as they live them every day, if they contribute to how we feel they expand the kind of words we get for pidgin. More no waste time at all. Before when we start now, Professor Lugbe help us declare this ceremony open. So Chairman there, Dr. Tunde Adebola, I would like to hand over the mic to him now. May anchor the question and comment session. We'll spend only 5 minutes on this before we move to something else. So, sir, if people get questions and comments, they all make on the presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Fule, for that brilliant presentation. I did not expect less. I got more. I'm sure you've taken it in, and there are questions on your mind, and there are, as she has pointed out, there are frontiers that are yet to be covered, and all these need to be addressed in a structured fashion. And there might be, pardon? I just forget to say, I know they, I know they the place where they did before. And as my sister going young for correct grammar, that make me feel say, nah, faculty of arts I did. Oh, for no. Foul indeed. So, if it be say, some of us I get question we want to ask our presenter, Mr. MC. MC, how would they take Duam? We ask a few questions. Okay. We know face Mary, yeah. So any question from this side? Okay. From this side, anybody? Yes, please, madam. Number 2. Yes, please. Professor Ebukari, number 3. Thank you. Number 2, please. Yes, please.
I thank the keynote speaker. My name be Olatunji Eshile, Department of Philosophy. When the keynote speaker say, as government no even recognize Naija, people still they use them because of the economic value. Now I want to talk, say, the keynote speaker even undermine the rule of Naija because it's not only economical value you get. If person want toast lady now, I think say that one is very, very important. It will start. So the thing I want to talk be say, the thing they very, very useful for every aspect of our life, whether na religion or whether na for family or whether na for sport or. So we need to quantify the usage. So maybe we go just talk, say, as somebody like William James talk, say cash value. And cash value go beyond economic value. Thank you.
Professor Buhari.
And I think, Chairman, this man be like, say, body the paper I want to talk, but make I just Well, I just want to give one information about the problem of the recognition of Naija for the language policy. Now, the biggest shame when I get, say I be a member of that policy be that. You know, say, after we linguists don't discuss finish, we don't take decision finish. Civil servants go inside room, they change everything. When we see waiting, we don't talk. Say now like this, it's different from what they come. They say, you know. It tell you the kind of problem when they for ground. Now the same thing when they happen every time. Some of the civil servants now we train them for here, but once they enter there, be like say one devil go just enter their head. So now what happen for Naija? They say, but the position when some of us take, they say, government fit do your own, or civil servant fit do your own, but we fit do our own. They tell us, say, our local languages say we no fit the right term with any kind orthography. Say they must approve them. I say, they say they must approve them. I say, me, for my language, I don't write orthography. Say I they use them, and our people they use them teach. They say it's illegal. I say, go my village, tell them say it's illegal. I can't say, okay, if government want approve them, how much? They say we go give them 10 million naira first. I don't hear this kind of thing before. Now I say, you want to tell me, say, what Ibadan do? What the professor for Ibadan do? You go come to tell, say, it's illegal. I say, you and your government, make una clear. So, this thing what we do here, so now statement also, say, government not hold you back. Now we get language. Now we they speak them. Now we they enjoy them. Government are parasite. Now when they want to use this in their so maybe they do our own thing, they will meet us.
Yes, please.
Abimaka go up with my paper for ground. It's not gonna give me 2 minutes. The time I don't come here, and no plans I go speak. But as a baby at the team they push me for, but we go talk. I need to feel here again. It be like saying you don't know what you get. In April this year, I was in Jamaica. So when I was in Jamaica, so I tell the person I arrived late. I was in Treasure Beach. So I was looking for a place to eat or to go and chop something. When I arrived there, I told the girl, say, I come from Nigeria. The girl told me the latest Nollywood movie will be for ground. Now, pidgin English what they used to make up. So that's one thing. The second thing is, I want to make we know, so now for our government no recognize them. Me, I work with the Minister of Justice in the Netherlands. And if court wants send you a paper, make a call show for court, and you tell them, say, na pidgin English they speak, then make sure, say, they go writer for pidgin English come give you. Because if the writer, and if police come talk to you, you tell them, say, no, they English. They go find anybody who speak pidgin. I want to go to court, the court will tell that case because you may give a fair trial. So these are the things that all of us supposed to know. I guess what I say, we still talk about recognition. Recognition when we don't get international. When we say when it comes to Nigerian government, I'm not going to policy, the follow things last. We do the first thing first. The last thing we do first, they do the front. So I only do not to encourage anybody to be here. Our pidgin English, it don't go far. Go to Europe, even our Nollywood songs. Go to Europe, that's where we go. When you go to sing and pass me, it's a song pass me. all this was really because when they get ready to learn, the only thing we see as the government again, as Professor Christine Etokan, we never find a way to make this standard. That's why I thank Prof. Francis for this effort we want to do, because the words, especially the part where they live, they don't wait for when we go get standardizing of this thing. So we can read it. I will tell you and some information what we give. For outside, the country they recognize our people English. Not only Nigeria will not recognize them, but we do what we do. We will continue. Now we will carry last. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Professor Fule, Ansuria.
Thank you very much for, let me switch now. I want to thank you now for your, for all the question and the comment we now give. It tell me, say, everybody they listen well. And I thank God, say nobody sleep. Thank you. Wait, I just want one person that say as him be student, if he gets something where they write, he want the write for Naija, which platform they where in go fit the poster. I think say that one will be one of the things where the network go take care of. But before they even do them, if you go online, plenty platform dey. It dey yafun. I know one young man, I don't know whether he dey here today, Bernard Ogeni. He don't do plenty things. Don't do translation of Shakespeare play, put for pidgin. Don't do, they write, they do, and they find where you go put them. Online, plenty platform do, even before the network was starting in. So I go advise, say, make you try do that one. For my Obonga Oga we talk say about the economic factor. I know talk say that not the only thing where they drive am. The reason why I go through all the say look education, look this, look that, you go see say the thing where this language, the thing where they push her now from bottom up. That's why, as my brother talk now and say, we don't even need government. And I don't talk am before for another place where they talk about it, say we don't even need. If language dey where no get government support and you don't reach obodo people they study am. The place where I go last year, Netherlands, by the way, then they study them. Then they look for, then go give grant, then go say, oh yeah, make we look this thing. And we they no be important language. And that one our government. So waiting at the talk we say, for future where we they see for front. So if we want make this language still they go front, then we supposed to look the economic value because it gets, but we never look we never do. Waiting, we don't they look for this side though, now say, oh, it's good for make we develop as linguists. It good say make we be for as national language. We they argue make it be national language. It never be national language. It don't already be national language now. Waiting when they find again, we want make government talk. Government where they use pidgin, we know they use Naija, no, where they deny say Naija no be language. So economic value, say, and when they talk economic value, no be just money. Now that's why I mentioned this the digital world. If you look waiting Oyinbo they do, why Google put Naija for inside in platform? You think say you just like Naija? Now money now. Abi, you don't just put them there say they play. You see say plenty people they use them. So if plenty people they use them, you see that you don't look for future. Say if I put them, plenty people go come my platform. Simple. And now that kind of mind I want make we get as we go forward. And for Professor Bohari, I thank you, my brother, for as you just support the thing where they try to talk since morning. Say already language where they don't recognize for outside, where they don't sabi for outside. Why we dey here? We're not supposed to do where we dey. Make UI, make you do more courses. We good, not just LIN 360s. Make you introduce more courses for Naija. Thank you.
We thank God. Everything they work well. They go silence. HOD linguistics there, so you don't hear with. In case say you know hear with she talk class. Yeah, wait till she talk class. Okay, man, no worry myself then. So it means say, we'll try do everything we need to do to we go support the language, make it grow well. We get some small information for people with the first one I to say after we conclude this ceremony now, we'll like take time out for a small chop break. Now this room, now just across here, now the place we'll go use for the small chop day. That they call it the Ted Fund Building, Institute of African Studies. We just cross the garden with the opposite the classroom there. Now there we'll go arrange and put. And we'll go like also, we don't give chance to IFRA Nigeria to represent the partners the other time to say goodwill messages for the partners the other time. But we would like mention them one after the other and say we do it to all our partners. We'll start with the Association of Nigerian Authors. We thank you now well representative of Anna, we there. We thank you now say you partner with us. Then we get Educare Trust Nigeria too. We thank them so they partner with us. Okay, so make I so now then the dictionary there one buy dictionary of Naija. If one buy a copy, a day outside. Other books so they write for Naija they around to if you want buy them. The prices I will get the prices correct so that you could know how much then they go for. I think say the price for this joint body meeting will get very different from the one we could get them after this thing what we do. After this conference or joint body events, the price go higher. You know how the cost of things be for markets now. So this now white paper no be brown paper. So it go up small. You know go be waiting. Be so now opportunity now be say more grab your copy before it go reach too much and the price will come go. So what you want to do now to go for the small chop break. So we go like more go for the small chop break. We'll go return in 15 minutes. We just have about 15 minutes for the small chop break. Those who get the ticket, participants, those who are there with us, we want join body talk, we get the ticket. Make them follow Dr. Osewa. She will lead you to where the chop break go be, the small chop break go be. So if you follow her, she go there outside. So if you follow her, we go make special arrangement for our guys. The Ogbonge Sabi person wey dey around for another place. We no announce them. No announce them. We'll keep them for our pocket, but we'll let them know where we'll do that one. So now the thing we did for now, we get only 15 minutes for this small chop break. After we return.
Those will register earlier when I never give. When you don't pay to me one way or the other, but make on account take on our own too.
So you register on the ticket, you don't get a ticket. If you see the doctor say the ticket is it there. So we will meet in 15, 20 minutes. Okay, let's make it 20 minutes. We'll meet in 20 minutes to continue with a panel. Okay, one panel now will go you start when we come back. The panel will go you start when we come back in 20 minutes. Now, this one let me check. What's the panel? The title of that panel now, how Jehovah Witness don't do translation for the language where they take born a person, make it enter sing but some of people ads. And that one I will go you start when we come back in 20 minutes. Yes.
Caleb, come here. Yeah. Caleb, you don't spoil my toy. I don't know. No vex now. Now so you dey talk every time. I say me no vex. No be down go repair my toy.
What did happen?
He spoil my toy and I don't tell am make he don't touch am. I don't tell am make he no vex. Now every time they say make I no vex.
You don't do. Caleb spoil your toy?
No be only that one no. He lick my ice cream. He enter my room, he not tell me. I write rubbish for my son book. I say me no vex.
Sophia, if you remember anything when no good when you don't do?
I don't remember arrange my bed. I lost my homework and I no wash plates.
Sometimes, it's hard to remember our mistake. But you know say the thing when you do not good. You know what you do. If we should say the bad thing when we don't do pain us. For efficient test, say God don't usually mind forgive you now. So, what do you use all your mind for?
Caleb, come here. Yeah.
This thing happened to them because them two waiting Jehovah not like.
Now true King talk from King Obright time, the people for Samaria don't they serve juju.
If it be true,
now so juju full everywhere.
300 truck wey iron full. They suppose bring 500.
The king beg. He say make you no vex and make you forgive am. He still beg because he delay.
No be abeg I go chop. I need iron. Hezekiah, you go regret the day when your mama born you. Your own don't finish.
Be like you this small ant. This thing happen to them.
The
wait for a pikin. Him small daughter dey for school, but he's supposed to be back 2 hours ago even, but he never reach house. So the mama phone ring, and one police officer talk say he need to talk about the daughter. Now what do you think? How this young mama dey feel? One papa dey for him workplace. He dey work for factory. For the last months, them sack plenty people because they
because a lot of times No one will be like you, no one shine like you. No language we like them, no language seems like them. No country be like them, no people shine like them. No language be like them, no language seems like them. No country be like them, no people shine like them. No language be like them, no language seems like them. No country be like them, no people shine like them. No language be like them, no language seems like them. no language we like, no language sweet like Helele, my chance. No country be like no people shine like no language be like no language sweet like my chance. No country be like no people shine like no language be like no language sweet like my chance. No country be like no people shine like no language be like no language sweet like my chance.
Good afternoon, country people. I hope say we enjoy ourselves well. Say this small chop break. It makes sense well. Well, like sit down now, we'll continue. The next now, one small panel now we will get now. That small panel now we call for the program, we call talk yarning. Now panel presentation. The theme of that panel presentation for English now impacting lives with the language of the arts. For one put out for Pidgin, go so. How Jehovah's Witnesses don't do translation for the language where they take one person, make it enter sink reach bottom of people hearts. So for this panel discussion, we go look at the different works where Jehovah's Witnesses don't do as they don't translate different Bible-based publications into Nigerian Pidgin. And now they do the process and what we feel learn too as scholars from that process where they don't do already. People will sabi where they use the language well. What you feel learn from that thing where they don't do. So I like to call what I go do now to call the people we go do the yarning, we go be part of the panel. I'd like to call Mr. Olusegun Eroyemi, National Spokesperson of Jehovah's Witnesses, Nigeria branch. Oga don't join us already. And then Mr. Joseph Osarodion Obasere will join us too. Then Mrs. OK Comfort. Now, Oga, Mr. Olusegun Eroyemi, now go moderate the session. We will get Professor Adekombi, Gil Adekombi, now go moderate the session. We will get now.
So let me start by looking for trouble. And the trouble is speaking the language that is not originally meant for the conference. The trouble is greeting and welcoming all of you in Pidgin, but I'm doing it now in English. A long time ago, Professor Funsho Akere taught me that I should speak the way I'm speaking right now. And I spoke this way for many years. And I trained broadcast journalists this way for many years. And then I went to Warri, and I was going to speak to them. And I started to someone, and I said, "Good to see you. My name is Sheldon." And he said, "Bros, I don't get chance." And I said, "Okay, maybe you can plan another time." "Bros, I don't want to cost you. We should take notes when we talk now. I don't get chance." And then I returned and I asked my partner, "What did I do wrong?" And he said, "Your language." So the next time I saw the same person. And I said, "Oh, how have you now?" He said, "Bros, I did well, Mingo." And that changed the dynamics. So let me come out mouth for English now. I can't talk with him with a do. My name now Olusegun Eroyemi. And teach me, say, anywhere where I reach, make a talk for language where the people go understand. One day now I meet one woman where they say now Igbo be her own language. As I follow on the talk, as I talk, finish. Now Igbo I follow and talk. Oh. As I talk, we read one small book for Igbo. Or if I can't talk, say, "Ne ahambo Olusegun Kedahagi." And she went, "Olusegun Kebe." Someone Yoruba is what I share. And then she went, "So why would you learn Igbo if you are Yoruba?" There's always this claim that the Igbos and Yorubas will never get together. But the truth is the language that touched her heart was Igbo. So for us to be Jehovah's Witness, on Asabio say, if you like, put dog for your house. If you like, put gate. We go say, come knock your door. When we knock your door, we go try talk your own language. So when we talk about how we take the Duam, Jehovah's Witness people, they 8.8 million around the world. For this country, it would be over 400,000. And of this 400,000, we get congregation, we say more than 1,200 in a Pidgin would they use. More than 1,200. And each congregation will be like 120 person with they gather. 120. So that kind 120 multiplied by 1,200, 9 be Pidgin. And so it will mean say we go use that language to do everything what they do. Our own policy is say, if this matter now good work, everybody gets right to hear them, to see them. That one only push us. Our website, when you call and say, now then translate pass for the whole world, jw.org, 1,092 language. Now we take translate our website. And one of the language, na Pidgin. So for Nigeria, we get 32 language them who they translate our work. No matter of say to talk me person understand. We don't start not say we don't do 140 years for translation as Jehovah's Witness people then. In 1879, now we begin to say it good, make we talk for waiting language person go here, well. We start on the things
79, we come modern time. You got some kind of language, the way they talk say them be small language. The prof call them, say them, then we call them minority language. We know go say any language they where we say person not supposed to use, learn. So if we get better message, we go change people's life, we go help them to improve, we go help them to understand some kind of thing them. You the third person say, this the way they tell you so, if it affect your mental health, you say, what do you mean that? You know join, you know enter in heart because of the language. You will tell and say, the Federal Ministry of Health warns that tobacco smoking is dangerous to health. Then talk about, you know, enter. They can't improve the thing, say, smokers are liable to their lung. It still no enter. So, not be the way we could just talk and say, now, this is not what we don't learn from school before, but written with the language of the person has. So, how we take the doan? How we take make sure say we they translate for language of the heart for more than 32 languages for Nigeria? Which country had us to do as we did do? How it take easy to do them? Why it take hard reach to do them? Who be the translator themselves? Which kind of training then get? How much money they do the translation? Look at Nigeria now. Look at follow this person over here, discuss this matter. So I consider there, so one way that side on a Sabian wall because I'm a Professor Gil Adekombi. I see the professor, so I'm going to still use Pidgin TikTok to us. That's what we can Mrs. Comfort, okay, maybe one of the translators them where they work with Jehovah's Witness for our branch office. And the next person, Mr. Joseph Obasere, himself, now one of the translators them. Look, I sit down with them, make we talk small, how we take to do this work. But this our talk, we could still watch the video because we hear say, then say the thing on the sound, on the hammer for outside country, not true. I hear say they never use them for school, that's not true. But so that not be true because we get school and when they use pitching, they teach for those school then. Then make I join them, make we sit and talk. So now welcome. So make we what mean the sense of where they move Jehovah's people then to translate? What you say if they move us? Say this thing that make we put up a language of person heart. We then take one person or where we say in Sabi understand past. What they move us that one? Make we ask.
You do well for that question, Mr. Ariemi. Jehovah's Witness people, we love people and we want to help people. We know, say, when people learn for the language, whether they understand which ground, at that time they will gain from within they learn. And we don't say, when person they learn from language where they touch your heart, if you feel use them, better your life. And as 1, 2, 3 persons life they better, well, you know, everybody for the area, their life they better.
Well, sometimes we go talk say we don't grow past to the just right. They get different ways that they do translation now. Which one be the way they want to take they do translation?
We they do talking style. That one means say when they do our translation work, we not just the rights or just the translator from English enter. We go do what they call we talk them first. After we don't talk them, then we go record them. After we record them, we'll come write and come out. So this one they make wait till we they talk, our PG make it they flow. It could just be like everyday language where people they use.
I mean, so they carry the paper given and say this now the book will translate them because they talk them like the normal talk.
So
as when I talk as they're going to record them, and say what we don't record, make we write them down.
So it just
in the call and say now conversational translation. Now one more thing we say. All on to write now paper. I hear say video set there.
Sure, video day. We get this the one with them write. We get video, we get audio, we still get digital materials. I know say my brother would like to talk more about it.
Yes, so there are really plenty. And if you go on our website, we go see different type of materials. We get the one for young people, old people, family, children. And all these things, materials don't really help many persons.
Yeah, true. So if I now want start the translation then, what will be the step by step one that they follow?
Thank you, well. The first step now preparation. Then we go enter the main translation. And then the last step, now the one they call finalizing stage. So these different steps, when we don't follow and finish, like the first step will be preparation. That step, they help us. We go first meet, discuss the matter together, discuss the English, and try to know the meaning. What do you mean? What did this writer get for mind when he write this thing? Which people you even get for mind? And what will be the writing style? When we don't get this one, we go check which thing for inside this thing we want to translate so fit hard us to translate. We fit hard our audience to understand. And if we see something like that, we get how we did resolve the matter. We get help from our organization. I believe so.
And make I even talk put for that matter. We get our editorial office, or what we call global help desk, where they help us for this matter. And when it be say we don't see question them or expression them for English, we had us where to translate. We will come carry the matter now as question, drop for this our global help desk. Now two things now if it happen. For that global help desk, if it be say other language teams don't first get that kind of problem, especially if it be say for that English now, we no get for pidgin at all. That kind of idea no they exist for pidgin. So we'll come check. This team don't ask this question before. If they don't ask them and their answer help us, we go use them. If not, we go drop our own question. We go still help other teams around the world to fit resolve problem like the one we will face.
You mean say all the country for the world, they enter that box which they call global help desk.
So.
And this one, I will use computer, take the time, abi?
So we did one.
Not true. I see they talk, it be like say this is just a switch they go. I know, and I don't get any problems and they do translation. Tell us, what will be the problem then? What will they get when we want the translation?
Okay, how person go fit do that kind of big work where you no go get problem. The major problem we don't get now the one we they call linguistic challenge. Dialect matter because different dialects they different languages. They will constantly get the one where they call language acceptability, language evaluation. How we go take note say people really they understand what they write. We still get orthography as in this make it enter people's mind well. Then we can still get costs. How much it go take us to do this translation work finish and even to set up what they call remote translation offices will be ROTU.
So this plenty problem we mentioned. So as it did, it shows say with the survive, with the work on them. How we take the work on this problem then? For example, you want to write something. Person say, "Asusha, obunkemi, asa unkendi nsuka, yenjo unkendi ngwa." Say, I don't want Nsuka language. I want my own dialect. How we take the tour?
We use what they call evaluation to test the language, and technology don't really help us for this matter. For example, before we go travel, go the place where they speak the language well. We go carry our translation. They ask people, make them read them. They go read them, and depending on how it be for their ear, they go give us feedback. But now with technology, we don't even need to travel. We feel just group people from different parts where they speak pidgin for the country, carry them together with technology, internet, and everybody go talk their mind about our work. And that one they help us so that we will get that thing where we say everybody will fit understand that.
So our own translation, maybe when we talk say it belongs to one small group. Our pidgin, for example, you know, go talk say na Lagos pidgin, I been na Warri pidgin, I been na Port Harcourt pidgin. My pidgin will say everybody will understand. Some kind of language we go use, if it vex person for one part of the country, but our book them, we don't use it to vex person. Tell us more about that one.
True, you talk for this matter, Mr. Ariel. Like I just dey think of one example wey come my mind now. You know, say for some variation of pidgin, if you want to say maybe the old man down the street is late, person fit talk say, the baba wey dey that street, he don't delete. Or he don't poof. Yes, not true. Say some people go understand them, but if he still vex some people.
Because person my papa don't delete. It will vex them.
If you get as a sound for person ear. So what would they do for that kind of thing? They say, will they make sure say the pidgin where we go use, or if not Igbo or any other language, now the one way everybody go feel understand straight. We will connect with everybody. So we just say the old man or the baba where they that street don't die.
Don't die.
See, and now everybody will just understand that once.
And we can't talk say we can't create what we call remote translation office then. Mr. Adekombi, Professor Adekombi, tell us about that one.
Well, the remote translation office is what they talk about. Now, where we take the kitchen, go meet people, we go chop for the dining room. It means say, those who they translate will go where people, where they speak that language, they where. Because we want to make the people understand the language, understand the message. The message not for them. If waiting there for Bible, they important for their life. If you go make their life better, then we take the message, go where they go fit, learn and where. The people where they translate go learn how people they talk their language. And that one go help them know how they go pass the message to them. Because now the message important pass. And the people too, they do important well.
So then we say, if you want to translate for Efok language now, where they supposed they do translation?
Well, na Efik land, where the language sit, the carry chair sit down, and then the RTO or remote translation office go there. And that one don't really help us save costs well, because it don't help us because people where they translate, maybe what English people they call volunteers, and then they pay them. So when we carry the translation or come meet them for their land, they go fit support the work. They get there to translate the work, and that one don't really help us reduce costs.
So we get remote translation office then for Abia State, we get for Delta State, for Benue State, for Plateau State, for Cross River State, different parts. But they call them remote because then they far, come they connect to branch office for Edo State. One Chief Effium and Ntekin Ekanem, when they dedicate the remote office for Calabar, he talks say, they don't bring this translation office come our land. Our language no go die. Because it be like say, they don't write them. It's our language, it no go die because they write for the language, they do video for the language. But this thing is supposed to cost money well, to build remote translation office, to put studio for there, to put computers for there, to put person for there, all now. How on I take the manage the money matter? Because that's another challenge, no be so.
That's so. But waiting they help us. Just like if you say the people where they translate, then be volunteers as a people where carry their mind come out to do the work. Now so it still be for money matter. Everything we concern money, where Jehovah Witness people they use do their work. Now we they call voluntary donation. As in it they come from people mind to donate to support the work. Now so it just be.
People don't be say they know they see well, then blind. Or people will say they're deaf. What thing will they do for them for this translation matter?
You go happy to know say we get Braille publication. And this one, they really help blind people. And not be for English, we get for English, but we still get for pidgin. This Braille publication, the person could just put a hand like this. Person way blind, he could read them. Apart from this one, we get what they call audio descriptions. Audio description, you could just, for person, if you know if you see well or don't blind, if they watch video, another voice could tell the person what they happen for screen. So even if the person don't feel see, if you use in mind, picture what they happen because if they hear voice, what they explain them. Not that one, other things there. Yes.
Person where they do commentary for football and they will see TV. So they do TV commentary. You know they talk too much. But if they do radio commentary, you go talk, person go carry leg up, one kick in TV. Because you go talk and making this with the mind. And maybe that work and do well. So how the thing don't come affect people then? What they do, who they translate, how it take they touch people life. Maybe we begin to talk on small. Let we start with Mr. Obasere.
So one of the publications or material we get now whiteboard animation.
Whiteboard animation.
Yes,
With that one grammar.
Okay. Then if you call a video way then show for black and white. They just resemble cartoon, but they just show them for black and white. And many young people especially don't gain from this one.
Maybe I say the people turn for the show us for TV now. That's
Yes.
about animation.
If you see some, if possible, many young people today, they don't fall for trouble because they're not really sabi use internet. They could just press for internet. For you know that they don't enter trouble. But one of the whiteboard animation we get now, they use internet with sense. This one don't really help many people sabi use internet, and it don't save them from trouble. They don't feel use their life, do better thing instead of Yahoo. Yes.
Right. So that's now one. Which other one we get?
And before I even talk another one, what we get, it gets one program where we say we still the develop a new program. We just come out, they call them DAISY. Yes, Digital Accessible Information System. That one, now still for people who know they see well. The thing, it be like talking books for English. In fact, the way we go to start and with like 52 languages. All this one, now for people who say they're not they see well.
Now, so if you go jw.org, download book, where we say you go to talk to you.
Exactly.
How much you go pay to download them?
That's free. That's still free.
Hallelujah.
So another book or other things what we don't do, what we put for our website, now for young people, like teenagers. In fact, this particular book where I get here, I don't know, they never show them for screen, but the title now, Answer to 10 Questions where they worry young people for mind. If you look waiting there, like for example, the lesson 3, now waiting every young person go feel relate with. Make I just read that lesson 3, come out small. He say, how I go take the talk to my papa and mama with respect? Why is they important? The more you they agree with your papa and mama, the more your life go be better. Waiting you for do. They can't give us example. Say, just think and say, one Wednesday night, Geoffrey, where they 17 years, don't tire as he finish all in housework. Waiting they in mind, not to rest. He just on TV, come balance well for the chair where he like pass for palo. Now that time, in papa enter palo, come shout for him, say, Geoffrey, you sit down here, they watch TV. When you supposed to, they help your brother doing homework. You know they ever do waiting them tell you. Geoffrey can't talk, say, he don't start again. In papa near him, come ask him, say, what do you talk? Geoffrey say, I not talk anything. And he hissed through a face. In papa come vex, tell and say, so now me, you they talk to like that. The question can be, if you be Geoffrey, waiting you for do so that quarrel no go start. You get any young person maybe say, you not go feel relate to this kind of material, you go hard.
Understand that.
You know, see, so these ones, this kind books then where we put for our website, they really, and it don't help many young people.
You do well. Professor, you get another one.
And for family people too, we get them plenty for jw.org. Material we go help them.
Marriage matter.
Marriage matter. See the one way I get for my hand. You fit make your family happy. Make a real small part for that place. It talks say, ask your husband or wife, what you fit to do? We go make you better husband or wife. Make you put your ear for ground one way. Make you fit learn. Waiting you go do. We go make you be better person. Take them easy. It go take small time for two of una to learn how una go fit make una self happy. This one is serious.
It's to understand. I'm seeing for the screen now, see a different one then. We then take the help marriage so that marriage no go scatter. And we get some kind of story then where we say people they talk. Those story them they help well because sometimes when you hear person's story, you go learn from that story. Say this now I've been get hot temper before, I've been in fight before, I've been in smoke before, you can't hear how you take manager. Those stories set they help. And we got the one for small picking themselves, where we say our Caleb and Sophia video them, then they help well. What we go do now, we say, I go want make we look some of those videos them, make we share them with our friends them to see how those video them don't they help. I go start off for here, go that side now. Make we look some of this video. One, now make we learn to they forgive. Make we just start. Go and sit down first. I won't go that side. Make we play me that video where talk say, make we they forgive.
Helele, come here. Yeah. Toy. I don't know. No vex, no. Now say they talk every time. I say me no vex. No be down go repair my toy.
What did happen?
It's for my toy and I don't tell him not touch him. I don't tell him make him no vex. Every time you make a no vex.
You don't do. Caleb spoil your toy.
Not be only that one no. He licked my ice cream. He entered my room, he not tell me. I write rubbish for my son book. I say me no vex.
Sophia, if you remember anything when no good when you don't do.
I don't remember arrange my bed. I lost my homework and I not wash plates.
Sometimes it is hard to remember our mistake. But you know say the thing when you do not good. You know what thing Jehovah they do if we show say the bad thing when we don't do pain us. Make we see am for Ephesians 4:32. He tell us say God don't use all in mind forgive una. Sophia, what thing in me to use all your mind forgive?
No vex, Sophia. You don't do Caleb. I don't forgive you.
Better pikin. Now that one go make Jehovah happy.
Who poured these things for here?
Ah!
Oh. How na see am? So pikin, where we say they like to they watch something, they go learn lesson easily. And this video then do for download. But sometimes now matter we say you get science topic self. It is complex small. You just watch small of one of such. Where we say, even though you know they read with pidgin, you get right to understand them self. No, please the next
Caleb, come here. Yeah. Caleb, come here.
This thing happened to them because them two waiting Jehovah not like.
Now true king talk from King Obright time, the people for Samaria don't they serve juju.
If it be true,
now
but
so juju full everywhere.
300 truck way iron full. They suppose bring 500.
The king beg. He say make you no vex and make you forgive him. He still beg because he delayed.
No be a beg, I go chop. I need iron. Hezekiah, you will regret today when your mama born you.
Now Who said the internet?
Make sense. You it be like say you know the kind bad thing wey this first torture strong to in that you see the car. You go see me. You go.
Sennacherib, don't hear all the things we una talk. He talks make una come here with 300 bag of silver and 30 bag of gold money.
Shaking Sennacherib, no.
God! Where does he buy with money?
We carry message come for Hezekiah.
So that na Bible drama where we say we write am, act am for English. But if you can't carry and come as a day for English, can't drop for here, it not gonna make sense. So we need to translate that drama for pidgin and put all the effects, and people could still enjoy them the same way they don't enjoy them for America and for UK or anywhere. We could come go our convention then. This one I be waiting would say some.
The earth gets more than 350,000 types of plants where they make flowers. Flowers really dey important. Flowers they make pollen to produce fruits and nectar so that animals go chop and spread the pollen. When the pollen transfer to another flower, the plant go make fruits, seeds, and vegetables.
This place when I want to see so now for Warri, Delta State. Not my place.
The convention this special for me well because now the local language we take they talk for our area and they take handle the program.
This program for pidgin. Well, what have picking them they write the technique. What are them the
language when we say I person and I have to talk every
we not the thing. We don't be one flesh. Wait.
Now 2016 for Warri Delta State. That convention when I watched so it moved people, then they shed tears, then they write notes and for pidgin, the language of their heart. But by 2024, pidgin don't waka go Germany. This past August, this convention now for Germany, then Durham, and for pidgin English. Make it clear.
wait for a pikin. Him small daughter dey for school, but he's supposed to be back 2 hours ago even, but he never reached house. So the mama phone ring, and one police officer talk say he need to talk about the daughter. Now, what do you think? How this young mama dey feel? One papa dey for him workplace. He dey work for factory. For the last months, them sack plenty people because the business dey go too long well.
So now they see how Europeans wear our clothes, they speak our language.
If he talk say he not lose him even for 1 second of his life. He show him before he come this earth, as he accept the work which Jehovah give him, make he do. He show him when he did this earth, and of course he show him even later up to now. Yes, Jesus never allows.
These are Europeans. Nigerians don't waka as in the waka that they carry language follow body. And go sit down there, still enjoy the same program for their language. What of those people that don't they hear since? I mean, we could hear Bill Simcock and Gumbrit Arm, who don't know they use the language, they talk to people. We want to teach internet pidgin. Now it is in the heart.
I come from Hereford, where be in England, and I've done date 33 years for Nigeria. As I come to Nigeria and I try to talk to people, I see say they don't hear anything where I talk for my English. The thing surprised me. And I know say I have to do something. Make people understand what I talk. So now I do that one. So now as I meet people for the area around, maybe I see about how the different problem they get. People, they smoke Morocco for our area, and into them waiting Bible talk, and that's actually the government recommend that thing. They're not going to hear anything. I mentioned that the thing is scattered. You allow me use Bible and use things person. They could do.
They won't change the water, but I'll tell you what in the talk. Because you say, when the person say, to the smoke Morocco will fit affect you. If you use English talk, they will not go understand. When you come tell them, say, this thing, it will scatter your head. They say, quick, they understand them. Him don't do here for 33 years. Him, now from UK income. And he don't talk, say, the way they how people talk, you know, go fit help them if say in one say in one English, now go they talk. And they flow well with pidgin. And another person, when them now Gumbrit Arm, now go talk. And Gumbrit Arm talk say she dey mentor people them. And the way she take do them, now for the language you don't understand. This now for Edo State. And we know say for Edo State, pidgin. Now, language they begin to talk from when they born you. And so to follow them talk, to assist them, to even change them, to help them do better thing them, They need to understand the language and Pidgin they do.
Many people, they smoke Morocco for our area. And if I use English, explain to them with team Bible talk and that actually the government recommend that this thing can affect your health and so, they're not going to hear anything. But when I mention, say that the thing they scatter head, use Pidgin, then they get the point. That one allow me use Bible and use reasonable thing to talk to person. And then they get choice, and they may make them able to choose which thing they go do as they hear the one where I tell them. Another one be say some people their marriage hard to if I use English try to explain, go enter head at all. But as we use Pidgin talk within Bible explain good thing we're going to help cool matter down for marriage. Then some people go listen, or everybody get choice, Some people go listen, they go help them for their life. Others, well, they get choice as well. But I go feel good, say, I don't communicate, that I help some people at least.
My name is Gunbrit Alm, and Sweden I from come. I'm really happy to learn Pidgin. The language sweet me. I like them. And I don't see how it help person to really understand what they need to learn from Bible. So it touch their mind and help them become better person. I get one lady where I used to help, and we first use English book them. But when we get time for Pidgin, I won't start use the Pidgin material. But she no agree, she no want use Pidgin at all, because she talks say to be somebody and to know things, now English you must speak. But I still they use Pidgin, and it really help them. Instead to they explain all the English grammar where they read, the material just reach her mind straight. And she fit reason on them herself and see how she fit use them for her own life. It help them well. And now she to tell other people wait and waiting they we discussed what we learn from Isaiah chapter 33 verse 22. Now for the English translation when we use that time, it talks say Jehovah is our statute giver, which means he's our lawgiver. But for their mind, it talks say Jehovah is our statute giver, which means even before we born, now Jehovah decide how our statute go there. If we go there fat, we go there tall, slim. It's clear to their mind. The things say they understand them well. And to use some and see how we help people.
It's an inter person. Read say Pause that one first. Jehovah is our statute giver, meaning is our lawgiver. As a picking, that's what we read now. What do you mean? Say, now Jehovah go tell us our stature from when them born us, whether we go fat, whether we go tall, whether we go short. So statute can become stature. When she got to talk for Pidgin, it clear well. Our dear friends, make we talk about the final one today. Namely, how we take the help the blind. We don't talk about the help the deaf. We publish all our book them for sign language. You can't notice say sign language self, you get a level. American sign, British sign, all of them. But the one we say our people to understand well. Now Nigerian sign language. We don't develop and say what's the natural sign plus the remaining structure of language, we don't join them together. Because that's what they teach for class, and we wouldn't use for streets. So all our publications, then they're available now for Nigerian sign. Next, now be Braille. Look, first hear this lawyer first. Him be lawyer. And then Joshua Ogeva. Him be lawyer and him blind.
Give Joshua, a visually impaired individual. I'm a legal practitioner. I am married with 4 kids. I also use the opportunity to show my appreciation to Jehovah's Witnesses as an organization by making available for visually impaired persons Braille materials. Unlike when I was in university, I have to source for my material myself. But Jehovah's organization have made it possible for me to have all the resources I need in Braille. And even Braille publications are available.
So Joshua gave a family man and got 4 children and they trained them. All what they need to take train them, it are available. That's because myself, my hands so my Braille. And this Braille, na Pidgin Braille, not the English Braille. Now, what if you know who's a big Braille at all? We don't produce this one. Learn to read Braille in Pidgin. What should they say so? You follow the latest technology. Now they say, even if you don't sabi read Braille at all, you can learn from here. I can show you how it be. This one on with what we call stylus. Like column, the biro. So you fit to emboss, carry this thing here. So pick one sheet of paper, use them, begin. You go emboss, you get this stylus, join them. Nobody don't start with a drum. This is the newest technology in embossing. If you want to draw, you carry this book, carry a sheet of paper, we tell you from A, B, C, D of Braille, plus all what you need to take down. So as you just do this one, so it just starts. We make sure say all our language then, maybe people need for Braille. We don't get starter kits for Igbo, for Yoruba, for Efik. But now this one, a complete learning of Braille in Pidgin. Now don't say it costs to do Pidgin Braille or any Braille at all. But the people that we say them blind, they get right to learn, to enjoy resources for their own language. If not so it be, we know more what it will cost us. We go do and give them. What they move us now because we love them. As you hear before, see, even the new technology called MC, it don't do now for our website. Very soon, 52 languages to start. What we say, if you be blind person, you go to download everything and you go get everything what you need. It be like what they call talking book, even for the deaf, as they get them for phone. So what we don't talk today, we say, Jehovah Witness people, will do our part to make sure say this language is no loss and you no go feel loss. And when they talk say our Pidgin, there for school, we organize school plenty way they train our people them. One of such center for one of our school, they Ibadan for here, for Ifatumo. We get one for Uli. When we first start our school, then the school we run them for English. But today, we run all our schools for English, for Isoko, for Igbo, for Yoruba, different languages, and most important, we run our school then for Pidgin. We get our curriculum for Pidgin. We don't draft everything then. So what thing we need, all anything person we do for English, we don't go feed for Pidgin for this Nigeria, for Jehovah's Witness, there. All our video, all our audio, all digital files, everything there for Pidgin. And we're happy to say this conference don't encourage us to say true, Naija, na Helele.
Thank you. Naija na Helele. Not be only Helele, Naija na why yourself. Yeah. So we don't see the panel presentation now. People don't, Jehovah's Witness people and the organization don't show us how the organization don't better the language well. No be only matter of say they use them for different form, whether na video, na audio, or na say make write for paper, it did there. So we go macromanage our time. We know if we take many questions and comments, just few. We go finish this one for just 5 minutes. Comments and questions. If you get any question we want to ask them, you get yes, but like say we will need number. So Dr. Aremu, number 1. Any other? Second mic. Okay. Like say na only she get question.
Joe, I want to talk say I happy well today. The thing be say I don't do plenty material for media before for Naija. But the thing wey sweet me today be say you don't prove say the reason why people they hate other people now because they don't know them. If we know one another, we go know say plenty people for this country they do better thing. And the thing we some things where they do for community development, for NGO, we notice say if you want to talk to people who need help most, now this Naija you go take talk am. Now from bottom up, the courage where I go tell everybody where they for here be say, you don't need make you they find maybe government go do am, maybe government no go do am. Tell yourself, say for my corner, I go do my own. And we go reach past waiting religion they cost, reach past waiting ethnicity they cost. We go first use this language, unite everybody. And we go make up our mind, say, if now the deaf I won't reach, make I reach them. If now marketman I want reach, make I reach them. You go they do your own for your corner. I don't know, say you don't do this kind of work before. Since I did small girl, I did follow them, I did read their book, everything. But I don't know, say they don't commit their time. Volunteerism. Now the thing we are going to preach today. Volunteer. Make your life matter. Make your life there plenty. People not go fit clap for you every time. But you go fit do your own. Go sleep where for dead place. Where I don't do my own. Thank you. I thank you very well. You take your time, learn Igbo. You take your time, learn Pidgin. Me, I go take my time, learn something else. But I don't do my own. But I thank you very much. Do. Thank you.
So do we have more? Okay, somebody still want to add something.
My name is Ademola Adeago. I'm from Success FM Radio. I want commend you now well for what they do. I didn't say I know more about it before, but I still what I do here today just say a little I know. And I know say I feel know more about people. I want to ask this question. When we see in our cards for street, how much it costs to pick those publications when you don't do? Because there are many publications do those cards when you display for new places. How many people get their money if you get one? And what if you know Sabine read? You know Sabine read pitching and one read because I know the power of reading. If you know Sabine read pitching and you understand very well, what you do for that kind of person?
You do well, thank you. So if you come out for here now, we get one exhibition site where we see our book them. All our book them, you know, get how it costs reach to take to them, not free. We know that you say, hey, anything we want to do now, still the same spirit, say, not volunteer. So if you take our book, we're not going to say pay money. We don't pass that level already. But if person talks, they won't support them, you go feel for support on your own heart. But we know they collect anything. And for reading, for every congregation of Jehovah's Witness people, them, we got what we call literacy program. I use English talk. Now they say, we're supposed to teach you how to read. If this congregation are for Isoko, we'll go teach you how to read Isoko. Any language then they use for the congregation. So literacy, maybe say you sabi read English. Literacy, they say you sabi read any language where they use. So for my own congregation, where they follow worship, where they speak Pidgin. And for my congregation, we get programs where they teach people how to read Pidgin. So if anyway they would teach, so that is not that free literacy program. It dey compulsory so that nobody go talk say as you want to the watchtower, so you know fit read them. We go teach them from the beginning how we take read them. You want to join them?
Join waiting, Mr. Royemi just talk. So we still get audio. All our materials, we don't do as we be print, where they don't write. We they make sure say we record and come out so that you where you know sabi read at all, you go feel hear am. Especially maybe like old mama and old papa them. We be say maybe they not feel read, but that thing they don't already record and done so that you go hear am, you go understand waiting the book.
Thank you, Baba.
Everybody, I feel when I say I did this gathering, and I want to thank Una for how Una break the matter small by small. Before now, even with my sound, you gonna say the English get inside my pidgin. So now the idea of this program make me begin to be very intentional with the Nigeria pidgin language. Yes, I be worry girl, but then the pidgin not to enter well. But I don't get encouraged as I did this conference to wear the pidgin language like crown as it be me for my head, and they work on for every part of the world, irrespective of what people go talk or what they no go talk. Because last now our tongue, and they no go feel cut and come out from our mouth. I also want to ask one question. I dey follow in our books, and I also know say Jehovah Witness. One thing I know them with na knowledge. They like knowledge, and I like the fact say I do this gathering and I hear them. Thank you. My question be the book of Bible stories. Shey you go for pidgin, and if you do, how me personally fit get them?
You do well. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. So when you go our website, all our book them, what they say we get now, if you download them free. But the thing we say, every book where we write, would they improve for them as they work out they go. You know, said before you go read the story, and now we come say when picking they read, you won't see drama. When you read small, you won't see video. We don't come add video, join every story, every page of our book them. Once you sit down with picking, what they call attention span, it is short. So if you don't watch small, if you never see drama, you go sleep. So we can't use video, join every page. And those videos themselves, if you to download them. So maybe we don't go our website. So just go there, type for the search engine, what you they find. You go see them for there.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. My name is Ariata Ribabo. Many years ago when I did Abuja, I know when I start to do this project because they reached out to some of us there in that time. But if I tell you, say, since then till now, I don't know, say, I don't go far like this. So I want to thank Naija, Helele conference, and everybody in work to bring that come. For my own question, we say, you, that first introduction when you make about your first time to worry and some of the comments when you make and when you go back, from that time when you first make that comment and when you can't go back, you think can't bring the magic. How you can't learn pidgin when so you go back, the whole dynamics just change. And when they call your name, you be Yoruba. And the way they speak pidgin, I'm not sure say it be like it's not be worry you grow up. And you speak Igbo here now. It itself turned me upside down. So now I can't wonder, say, people like you did this country, and it be like say Nigeria don't know people when they get. People like you deserve a national award. Thank you.
All right.
So thank you well. When you don't see, say, you know the rich people heart. Then they tell us, say, if you won't speak pidgin, it will spoil your English. Me, now phonetics and phonology, I'm in my area. It never change, nothing touch them. If I won't go English now, I go enter English the way the Queen go talk am. Nothing change. If I want enter Pidgin, I enter am. Once you don't reach one place, you go Isoko land. You greet the old mama, good morning, sir, or good morning, ma. Enter you say, "Weta come, good morning." You go know say language they touch. It vexes them when you fluent talk English. When me go somewhere for Imo State, and they come tell me, say, because I not only me the wear tie for that village. I did there for 6 months, not only me the wear tie. When they say, on your cha, I'm going to go touch you. Then call my tie, I'm going to go touch you. We'll be saying long suffering. So even a son, they will carry on. I can say, what if you go touch you? Then tell me, I learn now because now that one will make me connect with them. Language, they bring unity. When language, when you know language, you could just begin to hate them. They don't do anything. No. But once you don't know the language comes with culture. Because I did here, so if I see Isoko man, you know go hard to will be all senior me. No what me to say my regret. If I go Egbema, I see person will be senior me. When I tell him Madi, you know say my yeah, Okorobia. Because now their culture. So language, they follow culture waka. They follow behavior waka. So the more you don't learn the language, it will change you at the level. You go say you and them be this. No tribe get 3 ears. All of us are the same. Once you don't begin to talk, say one language senior the other language, will find trouble. All language, they equal, and everybody gets right to learn. All of them do well. Do well.
Fantastic.
I don't know where I go start. And I go talk him again. The thing where they clear to me be say, be like say it's sweet our belly, the part that we just finish my one. So it be like say more no end them again. But we get other programs for the conference. So no get choice than say more end and now. More go for something else. We would like make some short announcements as per our program will be. I beg for where they take part for the talk yarning. Now time to go to our parallel sessions now. What go divide, go in group, go to do our talk. We go do some changes for the program small. Now, what for the do now? I say after this information, what I won't give now. For talk, say more go take your keys, come start the chop. Now it will be lunch, but lunch not long so. So what we go do? We say we go try manage our time small. We'll go to our different parallel sessions, our different groups where we go do our talk, present what we want present. Now there we'll carry your food, come meet you. Now special service. Now I won't do. We'll carry and come meet you for there. So no worry, just go those different rooms. We get about 4 rooms. Room 1. Now this place will day. Now the first room, this one, calf building. What we want to do, we say, we have room 1. We get room 2 too. Now the postgraduate lecture room, human nutrition department. One of us with this kind of green shirt go lead you to the place. In fact, now Dr. Emeka Owoguze and I go lead you go where room 2 day. Nice sit on there, get cap like that of the senator will come from my constituency. So go lead you go where room PG room for human nutrition day. If you look at where well you get belly, now better nutrition be that one. So you know human nutrition well. Room 3 will be undergraduate lecture room of human nutrition. Again, my good friend, Dr. Dubamotumire would take you to that room. Nice stand for there. So if you there for that room, how you gonna know which room you did? Maybe another question we wonder. We get the latest version of the program. We'll send earlier today. Now the updated version. I better go download them so you go know which room you go be present. If you get any complaints, if you talk to us, go fix them. That no be a problem at all. Room 3. Now room 3 I don't mention so. Room 4 will be. I don't mention 3 undergraduate. This is room 1. Room 2 na Emeka go lead them go. Room 4 na Ogadube go lead them go. Sorry, room 3 na Ogadube go lead them go. Then na the undergraduate lecture room of this department, the Department of Human Nutrition. Then room 4, before na that third form building where we go take chop for money. Now there be room 4. But because facility no too dey there as such. I mean say we want make them join, make those waiting for room 4, make them join room 1. So that we fit use projector. The projector there, we don't go test them. Like say the kind of thing where they bring, we don't like them. So go on, make those where they room 4, make them join room 1. The room they large enough for us. So we fit use this. So we combine room 1 and room 4. We go start the session immediately. The tip be say by 3:30 p.m. wherever we dey, those who dey room 1 go remain here. Those who dey room 2 and room 3 will come back, come join us here. For waiting for English, they call lead paper presentation. Yeah, the paper starts at 3:30. So we go not come here by 3:15. So now we say for our paper presentation, wherever we go, we get till 3:15 to see how many we fit present. If we don't get all, we'll continue later after the lead paper presentation. So no problem, everybody go present. As many as we fit take for this first round, more take them, then come back here at 3:15 or 3:20. Then at 3:30, we'll take the lead paper presentation from Zoom. I beg the chairman go need manage the time well. 10 minutes for each presentation so that we go fit take as many as we take before we come back. So I don't think I need to announce the chairman, but for room 1, I don't announce in our guy for faculty of arts, Professor S.O. Tali na be chair for room 1 here for this place for the parallel session. For room 2, the chair na Professor Yemi Adegoju. So Oga, you know the place already. Okay, Oga na Sean of the Sean. So Oga will be the chair for that room. Then room 3 will be Dr. Victor Erbabo. Oh, no, sorry. Be like say I like your name well, sir. But not be your name there. Now Dr. Violet Ebairo. I don't know whether I get her right, but okay, Ebairo, Oga do. Okay, madam. Sorry. Okay, Madam Palapata, as you get Oga Palapata too. So Madam Dede and Madam will be the chair for room 3. So Oga Dube, now Madam will connect with, so you go fit take your people room 3. So more they go now, we'll carry your food come meet you. Then all of us must come back here by 3:15, 3:20. I beg. Questions there? Room 4, we go remain here. Room 4 goes there. Room 1 and 4, this place. Yes, we'll combine the two. So there's no room again for you. You can collapse with one. With one. And so you would have to stay. Maybe you put chair with one. This is
Oga, we won't begin the one for here. And we want to identify how many people will go present paper here now. I know paper don't ready. Hello? Yes, the mic day with. I deal with Mike. So the panel for this place, we won't start now. But I won't identify those who won't present paper for here. We like say we have 4 papers listed for presentation here. And if you are here, let me see your hands. Bosede, Adebowale, he did here. So you don't give them the slide on the screen. Okay. Group 1. Okay. Group 4. So they said, Bosede Adebowale, incidentally, I am here. Unique, Emeka, Onwe Gwiza. You did? Emeka is around. Gospel Okoro. Gospel Okoro. Make we go sit down. No. Which one is your? We be your. It's not listed for this. Group 4. Group 4. Okay. Group 4. Pilot session for today. Okay. Make we sit down. We won't begin the session now. And the first presentation is ready. The first presenter is ready. And she is Deborah Adejoke Adejobi Ade and Adejuma and Amelia Oluwa Tomiloba Adejobi. Then go talk on comparative analysis of the orthography of Naija and Pidgin implications for regional unity. We go speak for 10 minutes and we go ask questions for 5 minutes. We hope that you go respond and you go keep the time. So you can begin now. And begin your talk.
Good afternoon. The topic will be before me today now. Comparative analysis of the orthography of Naija, that's Naija Pidgin and Pidgin West Africa, and the implications for regional unity. Please permit me to speak in normal English, I beg, so I don't mess up. Yes, regular English, standard English. You're not helping. All right. So first of all, based on the topic that you've seen, what we're trying to do here is to, first of all, look at different varieties of pigeon that exist. It's acknowledged that there are different varieties of pigeons all over the West African coast. And all of these different varieties include the Nigerian pigeon, the Ghanaian pigeon, the Cameroonian pigeon, and some others. Now, the history of the development of these different types of pigeon is very, very similar. And they all start with the arrival of the Europeans on the West African coast. And that the pigeon developed as a language of expediency. When people needed to communicate with each other without a uniform language, they started to develop a pigeon, and then gradually that moved inland from the coastal regions. The variety of pigeon that is available in the West African region has been called several names. We have West African Pidgin English, West African Anglophone Pidgin. We have Pidgin West Africa, as used by the Jehovah's Witnesses, and so many other versions like that. Research has shown that all of these different varieties have different ways, different styles of orthography, different ways in which the language is written. And the Nigerian pidgin, which is the one spoken here in Nigeria, is now popularly called Naija. And it is a variety of pidgin that is spoken by about 75 million people, according to the statistics that we have. And linguists all over, and even researchers and other users of the language, agree that there is no standard or uniform way of writing, no standard orthography. There are different authorities that have worked on different ways of writing, different spelling styles of the Nigerian pidgin. And there have been so many papers, so much research output on ways, different ways, several options of writing the pidgin. Now, the lack of standard orthography has contributed to a lack of literature in Nigerian pidgin. Of course, there is literature, but not as copious as it could be if the orthography had been standardized, if it was just like, if it had been well developed. And scholars have said that where there's a language and that language is not written, then it is possible for that language to die because there is no way of propagating or retaining that language. All of this literature also shows that when there is, all of this research rather shows that when there is literature, it leads to interest in the language, there's research interest, there's development, and all of those things that happen along with the development of an orthography. Now, going into the scope of this study, the study is actually looking at the different spelling styles. So we're not looking into the intricacies of language. We're not looking into syntax or morphology or pragmatics or anything like that. We're just sticking to the spelling styles. How are different authorities, different organizations, or different associations writing the pidgin, Naija pidgin? Now, the reason why this research becomes important, like has already been stated, is the fact that in order for the language not to die, in order for the language to continue to be propagated, in order for the language to continue to survive, there has to be a standard orthography, a standard way of writing, so that the more literature there is, the more research that can go into that language, and the more opportunities there are for people to develop that language. There's been a lot of divide, especially because of the fact that along the West African coast, there's the Francophone West Africa, and then there's the Anglophone West Africa, and all of that is causing some divisions, as it were. So if there's a unified orthography for the pidgin, and it is used across the West African coast, then the possibility for enhanced communication, the possibility for enhanced development, the possibility for unity exists when that language, that one language, is used across the West African coast. I know that some scholars have suggested maybe using Swahili as a language for West Africa, for the whole of the Africa. But imagine that we already have this language, this Naija, already with us. So if this is developed further, then this can be better used to unify the region. Now, I'm looking at now the Pidgin West Africa that we talked about is the variety of pidgin used by the Jehovah's Witnesses. Now, why is this interesting? As we saw in the presentation, the motive of the Jehovah's Witnesses is to disseminate the good news of God's kingdom, right? And they believe that everybody needs to hear that message in the language of their heart. In the language of their heart. And we know that they have produced thousands. We saw videos, we saw books, magazines, all sorts of things have been produced for different spheres of society. So for children, for married ones, for single people, and all of that. All of this research, all of this material is good content for research. All of this is a lot of material that can actually be studied by researchers. Now, the style of translation is conversational. They focus on communication. They focus on understanding by the people that are reading the material. So there is no motive about maybe trying to make a name or trying to make money. All of this is altruistic in the translation style is focusing on conversation, focusing on communication, not on any kind of financial gain. They don't rely on any regional styles. Use of diacritics and subdots and all of those things are not used at all by them. The orthography style is also interesting because they started using the style of Naija Pidgin orthography. But then along the line, their translation efforts started to focus more on Pidgin West Africa, which is how they have titled it, Pidgin West Africa. So why did they move from Naija style of writing to what they call Pidgin West Africa? What is the reason? What informed that choice, that move? Now, that is something that we're still hoping to find out because this research is ongoing. We need to find out why that is. But from what we have seen, it appears that their motive, that idea of communicating, getting their message across, is more important to them than any other thing. Okay, so they have a Pidgin version that appeals to all of the people in the West African sub-region, and then they're able to get their message across that way. So according to their website, they want to get their message across to the language that touches the heart of the people. That is their focus. Now we also found out during the course of this research that the jw.org website is the most translated website in the world. Okay, so there must be something that is desirable there that should be looked into, that should be researched. Out of the 7,000 languages that exist in the world, they have translated their material into 1,094, according to their website. And the second to them is Wikipedia with 347. So there's a wide divide. What is it that motivates them to do all of this translation work? It could be that there's some value in that Pidgin language, and that is what this research seeks to establish, to see whether their version of Pidgin would actually be efficient in unifying the West African sub-region. So if we use that, if that becomes the standard for the West African sub-region, then we might actually be onto something. So this study, like I said, the aim of the study, okay, sir, thank you. The aim of the study is to compare the two, the Naija style and the Pidgin West African style, and then to be able to identify which one would work better for the unification of the West African sub-region, and also for effective communication and for regional development. As linguists, it is popularly accepted among linguists that a language, a uniform language, is actually essential in the unification of a community or of a language community. So 2 research questions were asked during the course of this study, and they will be answered by the time that the study is completed. And the study is very significant because we're looking at the divisions within the West African sub-region and the possibility of unifying the sub-region. The theoretical framework that was used for this study includes the communication accommodation theory by Howard Giles, and then we're also looking into the principles of orthography by K. Williamson. Several extant material was considered during the process of writing this paper. We have some of them listed there, and we're still looking to get some more information to be able to use to complete the paper. And what we are trying to do is to compare, to actually look at actual words that are used in Nigerian Pidgin and then the same words in the Pidgin West Africa version, and to see how the orthography styles compare to one another. The method of sampling involves purposively selecting words, that high frequency words that are used across the different styles, and then we'll analyze them. We'll analyze them and then find the. So what we have here is just some selection that's part of the data that we used for the study, and we were able to find that, well, like I said, the study is still ongoing, but we were able to find that there are very few materials in Nigerian Pidgin, but thousands of material in Pidgin West Africa. And so that gives us, that is already pointing towards the fact that Pidgin West Africa might be a better version of Pidgin to be used when we're thinking about unification of West African sub-region, communicating with people, getting the message across. And finally, we have this statement here that says, although a standardized orthography might not be available, if it is available, if it is agreed upon, it is possible for that to actually enhance regional unity and communication across the West African sub-region. Thank you very much. Now here we go finish, and we say thank you for listening.
Very much. Please let us strictly keep to time. Now we are going to reserve the questions to the end of the presentation. Every one of them will present, then we will ask questions later. That's how we'll be able to save some time. The next presenter, I think you are ready now. So please come forward and make your presentation. Two minutes off. I say I'm 2 minutes off.
Yes, written.
All right.
Great. Yes, sir. Good afternoon. I greet all of you as soon as you down here. My name is Bosede Adefiola Adebowale. I did for the Department of Classics for University of Ibadan. You go see say na paper na I carry because I'm a classical woman. So I know they used to modern technology. The title of my presentation will show that I am supposed to present under gender. But fortunately for me, I am placed with languages. The title of my presentation is Seeing Beyond the Negativity of Prostitution in Ancient Athens and Southwestern Nigeria. I divided the paper into several portions, starting with the introduction, where I gave a scholarly definition of prostitution. Ordinarily, we know that women have engaged in various forms of trades and enterprises throughout human history. But unfortunately, when it comes to the question of prostitution, it is the most stigmatized line of work engaging by women. And when we are talking about the word prostitution, it came from two Latin words, pro and stituere. And when these two Latin words are placed together, it means in English to stand or to be exposed for sale. So when we use it in connection with human, it means to prostitute oneself or to put oneself for sale. Typically, prostitution refers to a wide range of sex for money arrangements and has been described in various ways. According to Strong, prostitution is the world's widest profession that has been practiced throughout recorded history. Even the Bible have examples of temple prostitutes. And there is no culture that is devoid of prostitutes. So I gave other definitions, but because of our time, I will not be able to mention all this. Well, in the society today, paradoxically, prostitution is socially accepted and at the same time criticized, thereby encouraging a double standard in the functioning of the system that governs society. While many societies condemn and criticize the act of prostitution openly, yet they accept the economic benefits of the act. Well, you may wonder, why do I have to choose this one, the topic, when everybody look at prostitution as a trade that nobody should engage in? They discourage young ones, everybody. Well, there are many scholarly works that have been done looking at the negativity, that is the legality, the morality, in fact, the causes and how to curb it. But nothing has been done on the positive aspect. I say positive. Why did I say that? We have to travel back to ancient Athens. But before we do that, let me tell you the aim and objective of my study. The aim of my study is to analyze the various forms of prostitution in ancient Athens, compare it with Southwestern Nigerian society. Then we are going to look at the economic aspect, contribution, and the sociological effects on the societies in question. That is Athens and Southwestern Nigeria. Now, I want to go to female prostitution in ancient Athenian society. Well, talking about the city of Athens, of course, we have it in the Bible. So everybody is familiar with the city now. Now, the city of Athens was the origin of many aspects of Western civilization. It was home to famous philosophers, lawgivers like Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Solon, and even the famous historian Herodotus. Ironically, the same ideal, egalitarian, and intellectually developed society allow both male and female to engage in prostitution. In fact, prostitution was part of everyday life of the ancient Greek society. According to Pomeroy, she said that it started flourishing as early as the Archaic period and eventually became prominent in the more important cities like Corinth and Athens. Prostitutes in ancient Athens can be described in various groups. We have different groups. We have the one we refer to as Ponai. We have the one they refer to as Ateira. All these ones, some of them, we can refer to them as street prostitutes, but some are classical. Let me refer to them as a classic one, the ones that people will have to go to. So the Ponai, these were the largest group of the prostitutes in ancient Athens. And these ones, they offered their services in brothels and other places like street corners, city walls, tavern, and even at private hotels. And we have another one that I've mentioned, Etaira. These ones, they offer their clients sex, but they also entertain them with music, especially the flute and dance. This Etaira, if we translate it to English, it may mean female companion or mistress. And as suggested by the name, the services rendered by this Etaira were beyond venal sex. It also included conversation and companionship for our clients. What are the economic benefits of prostitution in ancient Athens? It is worthy of note that Solon was one of the ones that established brothels in ancient Athens, and they recruited slaves. People who engage in prostitution in ancient Athens, they were never Athenian citizens. They were slaves from other nations, from other countries, the ones that have been captured. So all these ones, they recruited them to be in the brothel. And some of them are high-class Aeteras, as I've mentioned. All these ones, they offer sex and at the same time, entertainment. They were taxed. They have to pay tax to the nation. And this tax become part of the economic growth of the ancient Athens. They did not only pay tax, they also help, because in ancient Athens, women were not allowed to move around. They were to be in the oikoi, that is in the household. So in the household, the women were not allowed to be heard. They were not to be seen. They were to do their work at the background. They were not even allowed to entertain visitors with their husband. So any other thing they have to do it with the slaves. So in this case now, to protect this female from being corrupted by men, so they were not allowed to move around. So the men were allowed to go around to meet these slaves in the brothels or the Aetera, wherever they were residing. But their women were to be protected. So in ancient Athens, we can say that prostitution protected the female girl, at the same time, they are women. Because any woman that engaged in prostitution in ancient Athens, hard penalty, but not the men. Well, while prostitution in ancient Athens was beneficial to them, in southwestern Nigeria, they the same. In fact, the Yoruba people use different names to condemn the word prostitute. They call them ashewo. The elite, they use names, they call them sluts, sex workers. Even among the students on campus, they call them olosho, wrong girls, to show that they did not accommodate it. The African culture did not accept and does not accept prostitution. So in other words, we can say that prostitution in Western Nigeria is not acceptable. But at the same time, those who are in the banking setup indirectly engage in prostitution because they have to meet certain quotas. And whichever way they are using to meet these quotas, their orgas are not interested. All they want is that they must meet their quota by crook or by enemies. They have to do that. And for that, we can say that prostitution, though not accepted openly, yet it is accepted underground. And it is a welcome idea in ancient Athens, why Nigerian society did not accept it. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, I greet everybody. My name is Naija Adumaya. I want us to maybe take no days where they ground for turn by turn talk. Forum one, Bose they just you don't finish talk. Emeka Nwebuzi, you dey here. You dey here. Gospel Okoro dey here. You dey ground. Okay, forum four. Conscious Augustus, you dey ground. Okay, you do. So you go present after Emeka. After I finish this talk, now you go talk. You know that you're here. You know the Samuel Adejuba, you do here. You do here. Samuel, you do here. You do around. Okay. Anita Adebush, you do here. You know the ground. Okay, I beg if your name no dey for shadow, see me after I finish this talk. Make I put you for line. Thank you. Emeka, come collect microphone. Emeka's question. 10 minutes. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emeka Onwebuzia, and I'm going to talk about Naija lexical and post-lexical prosody. Now I go talk for this talk. Okay. So what you go first do as we start, so we'll skip many things because time not today like that. So, but we will talk about a couple of things. But we want to talk about so now. What also did you do for Naija lexical and post-lexical items? Some, well, not everything, just a few. So as you go see, we will look at Naija lexical sources, what will happen with prosody for these sources, and then what will happen for compound and duplicatives, and which conclusion we go fit draw, say, something be like it happen for the language, yeah? The reason why we talk, say, see waiting be like it happen for the language now. Our idea now say we don't talk something say so as the language be. But we still feel so we still need to do a bit more to be sure, say, see, waiting they really they solve, right? So we'll just drive into it. We don't need to go into all of this, but we need to slide this because the way we can use for this work, this is the data we use for this work, right? So Naija single corpus of about 31 hours give us about 500,000 tokens. The lab corpus give us 3 hours, about give or take 39,000 tokens, and then the Legionary about 2,300 words, but the word limit still go over 100,000 words for inside. The reason why we talk say be like, now say, as much as this data be a bit general, as you see, what you see now, points on the map when we collect our data. But you see, so this data show, you see, so it covers particular areas for Benin, Sapele, and we try to remedy when we go collect data for this Naija Lexi Lab corpus, now mainly data from Sapele, Benin, as well, for Naija Lexi Lab corpus. So generally, for Naija lexical sources, this is a slew, but what you go see, we say English, they give Naija about 57.6% of lexical items. Yoruba at the next language, where they give about 8.04%. And that's the issue. So people like our corpus, they lean a bit more towards, because we do Ibadan, we do research, and maybe it be a bit skewed somewhat towards. Will not be the case because the reason say part of waiting them default Nigerian pidgin na pop culture, and pop culture is heavily leaning towards Yoruba. So the top 4 Nigerian pop stars are mostly Yoruba. So we think that that could be a reason why you have that situation going on there. But for lexical prosody, you see say, sorry, that typographical error, now one S supposed to. So you see say, we know toxin at tone, just say prosody, because we know say matter for tone get as it is plenty. But for example, when you go see say mama, high, and nana, so similar lexical items, but it is a nuance in tone, as you can see. And then you see the same thing, father, go. And then we have an example for three. This one is sweet us because we just ran into it recently. This good. So you go see future, but you go to see is here in the past. So this one we just put on because we just clear for our eyes. So this go and be the form one compound infinitive, which is situate the action in the past. So you go to see Abi, which is in the past. But that's just for emphasis. And then this number 9, so carry. Professor Scenario mentioned and as they talk, he said, what we say we carry to do. So you see carry, which is a regular verb, which is high-low, but then when I just play on the word, it becomes low, which means that's what we try to do. Yeah, that's what we do behave anyhow, right? So lexical chain can do that, even with contours. So come now and come now, 2 different, there's some prosodic differences there, and we can go all the way. Etymologically, we see say English word when we borrow from Naija, they return the initial prosody, mostly monosyllabic words. But disyllabic words, when we borrow from Naija, they get some altered prosodic flow. So water, body. So WhatsApp, no do our corpus, but we hear one person talk. People they say they do WhatsApp, they do WhatsApp. We skip very quickly this lexicon. We skip to some post lexicon very quickly. But what do we notice? We don't have time. So with the talk, say what thing they happen about you say when stress shifts. Now being stress to tone mapping, people say now Yabo, for example, say a toneless segment, but with the you say this Naija templates, what Naija don't do, give us. So what evidence do we have that is an emerging template for Naija example in words with at least two syllables? We're going to get the noun. So for compounds, for example, we don't see say for compounds in Naija of all types, they get one consistent prosodic pattern. The pattern is largely an initial non-high and then whatever follows. So longer throats, as you can see, initial non-high, but these are compounds. We don't have time to do that, but you would see, for example, that you can't interpass any of these words. They become whole words. It just says, for this to be a whole word, drop the initial non-high. This is lexicalized. So in Naija, for example, Toby is a lexicalization feature, as you would see. And then you have some for word people, working clothes, countrymen, which is me, Ngepos, Oshofu, drinking water, the like. So these compounds, even when you borrow a compound from English directly, like busybody, it comes now, we go drop them to busybody to tell you that this is the structure I would prefer, the language saying in that context. Yeah. So when we get some compounds, whenever they change, even though we don't hear person say boyfriend, you go do boyfriend and girlfriend, but some speakers still say boyfriend, which essentially means that some of these will be in transit, which is that they are not yet, what's in some contexts. For replicatives, so what's the prosodic pattern for replicatives? Replicatives usually have a mirror, is either a low or a high. For Naija is the mirror, either low, low, high, high, or low, high for replicatives. This system only, the argument really generally is that many things, but this is not only Naija this thing that happen. It's really across the West African, as Professor Fuller had said. This feature is the same. And it could be a structural feature. Coming from where exactly, we can't really tell. But it could be a structural feature. What we notice with adverbials is, whereas with duplicatives have an initial low and high, in every other part of speech, only adverbials have the reverse. So it's usually an initial high as opposed to an initial non-high. So what do we think really about the prosodic patterns we're learning from Naija, for example? One is that we know that the initial non-high is a very important feature for Naija. Where it is from, we have to decide. It's most likely being the case, is a Sprachbond feature from the substrate, the Artificial languages spoken in Nigeria, as opposed to the reverse being the case. The conclusion that we have is that we are becoming very well aware of Naija to have an initial non-high. I say non-high because my Yoruba friends hear mid-tones where there are no mid-tones. That's a joke, but yeah, they hear mid-tones everywhere. So it's not for being made for people who speak Yoruba. So an initial non-high, we know that much. High-syllabic plus words tend to show an initial non-high, and then functional words carry and carry will show an initial non-high. Thank you very much.
Next presenter with the wait. Introduce.
Una do well, oh. My name na Precious Augustus, and we dey three wey wan present this paper now. Unfortunately, they no fit come. Two people wey dey no fit come because of wetin happen. But I dey here to represent them wella. The title of our paper na Naija na Helele, Naija Pidgin, wey dey for literature and music.
e don't say wey we know say Naija pidgin, they don't use am well for literature, they use am for music. So this our paper, we want to highlight 10 literature wey don use Naija pidgin. And then we go also touchlight 10 music. The literature works of Achebe, Adichie, Wole Soyinka, Olawotimi, and so on and so forth. And then for music, we go touchlight Onyeka Onwenu songs, Sunny Ade songs, Burna Boy, and Onoha, where they sing Mr. President. Now, so we want, please just. No verse, abeg. Okay. Yes, yes. One of them, yes. Yes. Yes, it's mine. Okay. Please go to the next slide fast. Okay, so Naija pidgin plenty for literature. So the one where we want take check for touchlight for Achebe own. The next slide, please. Okay, so even though Nigeria pidgin get English base, e get im roots for Naija words. Now, so we see am for Oyibo, white man, we get Yoruba origin. We get Obodo country, we get Igbo origin. We get Wayo, we be tricks, we get Hausa origin. It don't show true, say Naija pidgin don borrow from the plenty varieties of major indigenous language. Please, next slide. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, for Achebe don chook mouth say for him work, a man of the people. We don't see as him take use pidgin talk there. You never see something, my brother. He just they talk like that. They are both excerpts now between 3 persons. Mrs. Eliana, Chief Nanga, and the one-eyed man. Normally, Chief Nanga, not the minister, what be say, you know, suppose use body with one-eyed man or common people. But the pidgin, what they use for there, can make sure say all of them, they level. And we from here say, pidgin and level, I just jot them down. So this language use for the Achebe use, can make the minister, the one-eyed man, and the market woman, where they talk together, can become one level. Then for slide, please. I don't like this. Okay, please, the slide you just left. Okay, it's okay.
Okay, for this poem by Aikimokwede, Jean Stew and Sufferhead, this poem, one person says Shakara and Kitika, no good for this life. Say anyhow where you be, everybody must come. So everything where we talk from here, we say, pigeon na leveler, whether you get money or you no get money or all the Shakara where human being do, all the oppression where human being do, all now one place where you go be. Now for music, please next slide. All the things where we take for this thing touchlight, we say Nigerian pidgin English don't really enter literature, enter music, and they carry on to touchlight waiting there for the society. They carry on to checkmate if that is what will happen. For the music, the musicians they carry on to criticize that government. Even if Idris Abdul Karim, they don't, Nigerian government don't no happy with them at all. As he sees Jaga, but the song don't go haywire. Even for this time, the lad don't cry sings, but his song still the show. Because waiting to happen for Nigeria, now waiting for lad to sing, but the same don't cry. Even the singer who's the president, still honor her, sings he's the president. If he's the president as well. Nigerian pidgin English be say na level. As e be say this small boy no fit go talk for president front, but because of this song wey he sing now, he don use am. Anyhow e be, the president must hear the song. Whether the president wey don pass or whether the one wey wan come, he go hear am, carry make sure say Naija better, make senators well, make president well. All of them come everybody together. And once we say for this study, say Nigerian pidgin English can bring everybody together. And don't they touch light all the matter wey dey dey for society. Nigerian pidgin English, it make we dey talk say make everybody dey use am because e dey easy to understand and e dey pass the message across. If they dey sing music now for Nigeria pidgin or for Nigeria pidgin, people go dey like am, dey hip hop, dey dance. Like Burna Boy song, I be common person. All those songs them they like them. We can't talk say make we carry Naija pidgin join body so that everybody will carry everybody along. Make we not be follow the badmouth Nigerian pidgin. Make it not be like say they push us like wheelbarrow. Go where we know. Thank you.
I believe at this point we should take questions since we are going to the plenary session of this afternoon. Therefore, I would like people that have questions and to ask their questions, and the presenters will be ready to take the questions and respond to them. Please. You get a question where you fit ask. Professor Ofolue. Ebuka. Who else? So I start with Professor Ofolue. Mike.
I thank you, Chair. My first question now for the person where first present, where they look at orthography. In focus, they for the orthography where Jehovah Witness they use. I just want to ask because in say in use K. Williams's principles. For me, I think say whether K. Williams's principle not too old. Say some principles we don't take. So I just want to suggest and advise say principle where we fit look at waiting the ground now. Good day. And you fit add them because dey too much, say to K. Williams's own. That one go better. Then second, like I say for this thing, if it be say the two reason where you mention say they make Jehovah Witness, they use that particular type of orthography. There fit be more, the reason you go, if it be say a past that, make you look am. Then Dr. Emeka, very interesting. I enjoy am. Just be say time no dey. But the question why I want ask, pure water. Me, I dey think say anytime where you see say the pattern no follow as it's supposed to follow, maybe na indication say no, the language no dey treat am as a compound. Na wetin I dey think with that. I don't know wetin you find for your data, but now the thing with my mind they tell me with that say, because pure water, if it be say the language they see am as two words, no be say na word wey join body. So now wetin I dey think with that, but I don't know wetin you find. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So my first question, before question, the person that presented on the person who present for prostitution, yeah. So just a suggestion or something. So when you do present, you will tell us say, I don't know whether that one for this presentation, they or paper go say for the banking industry, say the females them what do the industry now then pass. So if that one now for this one do that one do, but for your paper, it will better make you use data that kind talk up or else forever. If you have data, that's fine. Thank you very much. And then my second and last question go to the last presenter. Well done. I dey follow wetin the cap. So in your captains, you dey talk say some things when you project, say in things fall apart, the poem where you show in this kind of thing, you go first give wetin lead to that kind excerpt. And that thing will lead to that excerpt will help us understand whether that excerpt we use now give us instance whether that one join wetin the cap or not. Because from wetin the yarn self, that thing where you can play, it give us poem, say pigeon and level. I don't believe say now wetin that poem they talk that. But because say they yarn something on pigeon, you just want to say, you use them come up. But just by the side, if you are presenting on your paper last, just find data. We go just make sense. Wetin one use and buttress, it go help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Is there any of the presenter we want to talk?
One minute.
Why would they call them Nigerian pidgin English?
I think say why Nigerian pidgin English say they borrow from indigenous languages where they for Niger, like Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa. Okay. Nigeria pidgin. Nigeria pidgin. Niger. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I beg, no verse for the last person we talk. No verse, so you get the kata way can't happen for here. The thing can't scatter. Data day. And you can't see say as I come dey rush the thing no come sweet my belly. That a day well, Iboku plenty, no vex.
Thank you. We greet everybody for your participating in this turn by turn talk. Okay, we salute our Obonge Sabi person, Professor Oyetade, for chairing this session. Make could have given some buzzer, I beg. Well done, sir. Make I hand over the microphone to my.
All right, thank you. Okay. Thank you, Oga. We sabi all those people we don't talk for the talk session. We'll just finish. So what's go up now? We say everybody from wherever they go come back to this place. Go do the lead paper presentation now. Now that will be the next thing. First lead paper presentation. And the presenter na Professor Maria Mazzulli and Professor Joanna Duarte. We'll connect with them for online. Well, why I think people they try connect, would like to take the I think it's the citation of Professor Mazzulli. We would like to know one or two things about Professor Mazzulli now. So I will call on. So we'll take small Yannis will concern the lead paper presenter. I'll call on Ms. Chidera Ayado. So Ms. Chidera Ayado will present down for us. I beg somebody to give us the citation. Ms. Chidera. Okay.
I shall start with Professor Maria Mazzoli. Maria Mazzoli is a social linguist, an assistant professor at the University of Groningen, the Netherlands, and a visiting scholar at the University of Alberta, Canada. Her research focus is on social linguistics, language contact, and Algonquian morphology. She is particularly interested in applied social linguistic research that engages with societal issues relevant to communities. Now, I'll move on to Professor Joanna Duarte. Joanna Duarte is a professor of educational sciences at the Department for Teacher Education of the Faculty of Behavioral and Social Sciences of the University of Groningen, the Netherlands. Her main research areas are multilingualism in education, teachers' professional development, equity in education, global citizenship, foreign and second language education. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Professors Maria Mazzoli and Joanna Duarte.
Hi, everybody. I will try to share my screen. Hello. Can you hear me? You do hear me? Can you see us? Hello. Oh. Hi. You do hear me? I can hear you, but.
Yes, you can hear you.
Oh. You do hear me well. I salute Una, Abi Maria, my colleague here, na Joanna Duarte. They work for the Netherlands.
We can hear you.
Okay. What?
We can hear you.
Should I share my screen?
Yes, you can share your screen.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay. So, first of all, I want to thank the organizer for inviting us, Christine Ofulue and Francis Ebokare, for inviting us to this big event. We are very proud and happy to have the opportunity to be here and to talk about this research. I was in Nigeria for the first time 20 years ago when I visited Lagos, and then I spent in Lagos about 1 year. And that's when I came into contact with Naija for the first time, and I was very fascinated by the language. I wrote my PhD dissertation and articles about the language, and I particularly want to thank in this occasion the people who supported my research. And these are part of them, the Ajegunle Piman members, who hosted me in Ajegunle to their meetings, which they held in Pidgin. And they allowed me to spend their time and also to learn how to cook pepper soup, which was the highlight of my stay, I guess. So I want to shout out to them. I de salute Una, and thank you for having supported my research in that at that time. Since then, I continued working on the data I have collected, and at a certain point, I met Christine Ofulue, and together with Joanna, we decided to join our expertise and interests, and the project that we are going to present today, also on behalf of Christine, is the result of that encounter. Christine came to Groningen to give a keynote at the Society for Pidgin and Creole Linguistics about 1 year ago. And since then, we are still working on the data that we are going to present today. So the outline of this presentation, first, a few words about Naija as a full-fledged language and also a language with a great potential, the potential of being national language. We are going to introduce a comparison with other minority and indigenous languages and Creole languages, who are also seldom used in the education sector. Then we are going to present our survey, the design and the distribution, and the results that we had, a summary, the implications of our results, and our conclusions. So by now we had, since the 70s especially, a number of works dedicated to Naija that have described in quite a detail the complexities and all the grammatical aspects of Naija. And we know we have described and documented in many ways that Naija is a full-fledged language, and I now collected here a number of non-exhaustive list of works and papers that have been describing this complexity. So from Ageishi in the 70s, and Eze Elugbe, Ben Elugbe, Augusta Omamor, but also Dagmar Deuber, Patrick Oloko, Ihemere Kelechukwu, Herbert Igboanuzi, who hosted me in Ibadan 20 years ago. I also want to say hi, maybe he's there, to Patrick Oloko from the University of Lagos, who also helped me at the time. Akande Akinmada, Eyo Mensah, Temitope Balogun. To arrive to the grammar written by Nicholas Faraklas, also my work, and the work of the Naija Sync Core, of course, done in connection to the IFRA. and the work of Bernard Caron and colleagues from Nigeria and from France. So we know that Naija is a full-fledged language, and we have described a lot of aspects of its grammar. We also, now I brought an example just for food for thoughts. This is taken from my dissertation. So we sometimes say that Creoles and Pidgin simplify the grammar of their lexifiers, right? But if we have a look at, for example, the copular system in Naija, we see that is far more complex, for example, than the one of English. So the verb to be is expressed by several morphemes in Naija. So we have na, we have be, we have de, and we also have in the attributive domain a variation in between the use of verbal adjectives with and without de. So it's really a complex system, and this complexity in comparison, for example, with the use of the verb to be in English, it shows how a Pidgin Creole can have really a high complexity at the grammatical level. Among the English-based Creoles worldwide, Nigerian Pidgin, Naija, is the most spoken. So we have today 150 million of speakers in Nigeria. Tens of millions are native speakers, so they speak as one among their first languages, and at least 1 million people use it as their main first language. So the social linguistics of this language is also changing. I wrote a paper about how for example, a variety of Creole is emerging in the Ajegunle area. But the changing characters of Nigerian Pidgin in the years have also been described, the expansions in different domains, the changing profile of the language has been described in a number of papers as well, for example, from Egbokade and Christine. The need of standardization of this language at this point being so widespread and with such a potential for the Nigerian society. So all of this is what we know about the language and where we are at. The issue that we were confronted with, given this, is the fact that Nigerian Pidgin is far from being considered in the educational sector. We know there is some scholarship about the use of Naija in education, and our work would like to contribute to this scholarship. And in fact, it is in agreement with some of the results that this scholarship has produced. And of course, the absence of Naija from education is a direct consequence of the lack of policies or policies that go against the use of Naija in education, the lack of materials for using the language in the education sectors, but also, and that's what we want to focus on, the specific attitudes toward the language, both from the teachers, the pupils, and also the parents.
Yes. Thank you, Maria. I don't seem to have control over the presentation. So if you see my hand going up, then it means you should press forward. And hello, good afternoon, everyone from Groningen. You can see the university where we are sitting right now here behind me. Unfortunately, the weather is not as nice as in this picture at the moment. So Maria said that a lot of the presence of Creoles in education, but also other regional or minority or indigenous languages is very much related to policies, to availability of materials, to professional development of teachers, but also to the attitudes that speakers and teachers and pupils and also parents may have towards these languages. So we first wanted to know what exactly are attitudes or language attitudes. And in the literature, we found three main dimensions. So the first one is the affective dimension. So what are speakers feeling towards the language? Do you find it nice, pleasant to listen to? Do you identify with the language? The second one is a cognitive one. So what is your conscious information and thoughts about language? Like, I find English, I know that English is a very important language in the world and has a high status. So all this conscious knowledge goes into your attitudes. And the third one is your behavior. Like, do you speak the languages? Are you an activist for the language? Do you write or sing in the language? So that means that you have a positive attitude, that you know that the language is important in society, the cognitive one, and you do something about it. You use the language in certain settings. So can you please click forward? So why are attitudes so relevant in education? Well, we know that pupils that are very, very multilingual, that speak at home maybe a different language than the main language in education, that they normally tend to underperform in all this international monitoring studies. So why is something like knowing several languages that should be considered a richness, something positive? So why are these pupils kind of being punished for their multilingualism? Well, we know that teachers' knowledge and attitudes towards the languages of the pupils highly influence pupils' achievements. So if a teacher is positive towards using Naija or towards using another language, then probably at the end, cumulatively, they will be more positive towards the pupil, thus influencing the achievement. We also know that attitudes in general affect the perception and the expectations of teachers towards the performance of their pupils, and then in the long run, school attainment and also pupils' well-beings. Teachers sometimes know that multilingualism or fostering multilingualism has many positive effects. It empowers pupils, it helps them develop language learning strategies, etc. But in all the tasks that they have to do, they focus more on their everyday practices that are in a certain instruction language, for example, English or Dutch in the Netherlands, and they forget this long-term inclusive thoughts about using multilingualism in education. But we also know that there are successful interventions. So when schools manage things or when policies are altered, that intervention can successfully target attitudes, knowledge, and skills and make learning environments more multilingual environments. Can you please move the slide? So we brought you, before we present our service, 2 examples that are completely different and that we want to use to compare our results on Naija. The first one is on Frisian in the Netherlands, and the second one is on another Creole language, Papiamento, in the Dutch Caribbean. And we will briefly explain the social-linguistic background of each of these 2 settings before reflecting on our own results. So Frisian in the Netherlands, first let's see where it's situated, Maria. So you see the Netherlands there in the north of Europe. That's why the weather is not that good. You see the northern part of the Netherlands red. That's the province of Friesland. And Friesland has 2 official languages, Dutch, which is the national language, and Frisian, which is a regional minority language. And we brought you just a few words in Frisian, English, Dutch, and German, so that you can see that they are all Germanic language that are slightly typologically related to each other. If you look at the word church in English on the second column, you can see in Frisian that it's almost the same, cerca, so church. So you can see that there's an etymological root there, like cheese and seas. They are very similar, and that German and Dutch share other features. So it's a Germanic language, so it's in contact with Dutch, and it's kind of being pressured by the Dutch national language. So if you change the slide, you will see that about 55% of all the inhabitants, the 600,000 inhabitants of the province are native Frisian speakers, which means that they are bilingual. They also speak Dutch as well. But apart from this, 12% of the population also has an immigrant background, and it's rising. So they speak Turkish, Portuguese, Arabic, Ukrainian, all the other immigrant languages. So we can see that there's a very multilingual setting in the province. In education, there is a very long tradition of standardized testing. So there are annual standardized tests in Dutch. So that puts a lot of pressure on the teachers. And of course, the growing importance of English also puts a lot of pressure in the curriculum. So this is a very complex language ecology. We have the Dutch national language being tested all the time, the Frisian minority language struggling for survival and for a role in education, a big role for English as a foreign language, and all the other migrant languages, foreign languages, and dialects. So there are several challenges, Maria, if you want to change, that Frisian teachers are facing right now, and they are deriving from the fact that they do not know how to deal with these complex language ecologies, which languages should have their attention when. So they also don't know how to use pupils' home languages, and so they often do not include them in the classroom, although there's a lot of empirical evidence pointing towards the importance of including pupils' home languages, both for their cognitive development, but also for their social and affective development. Then we can see that attitudes towards Frisian are also negative. So they are significantly less positive than towards English and Dutch. For example, in our survey, 37% of the pupils in secondary education claim that they feel ashamed when they speak Frisian in education. So that's a lot. And we also know that successful language development is strongly influenced by this sort of attitudes and also by motivation. So if you have a negative attitude towards, for example, Frisian, you will be less likely to acquire it successful and have the motivation to engage in learning it. Can you please change? Yes. The second example is from Papiamento in the Dutch Caribbean. You can see it there in the world, close to Venezuela. There's all these islands there. I think I have another one. So you can see, oh no. So you can see Bonaire, Aruba, and Curacao on the lower part, close to Venezuela, and then on the upper part, Saba and Saint Eustatius. In all of these languages, Papiamento is a very important language. You can see that it's formed by many other languages like Spanish, Portuguese, Aramaic, French, Dutch, and English. And we also brought you a table so that you can see in the 4 main languages in the Dutch Caribbean, Papiamento, English, Spanish, and Dutch, you can see that some words are more or less the same or are cognates across all language, like absurdo. Some are the same or similar in 3 of the languages, others in only 2, and some words are completely different in all the 4 languages. So this is also a difficult situation. Then we know in education, can you please click further? That a large number of speakers in these islands have Papiamento as a mother tongue, has the main language of communication within their communities and their families. But all inhabitants are functionally multilingual. I think that about 80% of the population claims to speak at least 3 languages on their daily life. I think even 4. Then in education specifically, Maria, the students come in with a very different home language situation. So on the left-hand side, you find a girl that has Papiamento at home, but needs to learn Dutch at, on the left-hand side, sorry, yeah, that needs to learn Dutch, has the main language of instruction at school, and then of course also English. In the middle, you have pupils that speak other languages at home because of migration, for example, Spanish, because of Colombia and Venezuela being so close. There are a lot of newly arrived pupils, so they speak other languages at home, and they struggle to learn both Papiamento and Dutch at home. And then on the right-hand side, you also have the Dutch-speaking pupils, about 10, 12%, depending on the island, that come in speaking Dutch, but have to learn and acquire Papiamento at home. So this is also a complex language ecology, and I'm curious to know how this differs from Naija.
Okay, so I'll take it back from here. to start talking about our survey about the use of Naija in the classroom in Lagos. So the idea is to try and see what teachers do, what teachers think, and to try to reflect on the use of Naija in the education in Nigeria with this broader perspective, and try to also take some examples from elsewhere to see what could be the best solutions for the Nigerian case. So as I said, this is a joint project with Christine Aufulue, Joanna Duarte, and myself. It was facilitated by the National Teacher Institute of Nigeria, that I also want to thank today, because they distributed our survey to a great number of teachers. It was distributed in June 2023, and it has almost 300 respondents. So that was amazing. It had 6 sections, mostly quantitative. But today we are going to present the qualitative data. So what the people replied to 2 open questions. And among the 300 respondents, about 200 replied to the open questions as well. So we are analyzing today, we are showing the analysis of 200 responses. These are the 2 questions people were invited to ask. The first one was, can you share about your experience with using Pidgin in the classroom? And the second one was, is there any other comment you want to make about what you think about Pidgin? So very broad. And we collected open answers, and the text was put together in a corpus and analyzed through a thematic analysis. Thematic analysis is just a way to organize and analyze qualitative data. So it functions either manually or with a software. We've been using the software Atlas TI-9 to code excerpts of text into meaningful code and abstract from there a meaningful analysis. And we are going to present to you today the thematic analysis, so the codes and the themes that emerged from these surveys, so we can see what people expressed, how people answered those very questions about Pidgin. So our research question were, what are the main themes emerging from these open answers? But also, is there any tendency of co-occurrence between the themes and the socio-demographic and contextual factors? That is, the way people think, teachers think about Nigerian Pidgin, does it have anything to do with their origin, gender, age group, their multilingual profile, their age of experience, the location of the school, or the composition of the classroom? Of course, we are in a qualitative analysis, but we can still, thanks to the software Atlas TI, it's quite easy, see the co-occurrence. So how many, for example, people coming from a certain state, how many people declare that they have positive or negative ideologies toward the language? And we'll show you a bit our conclusions about that. And then number 3, is there any tendency of co-occurrence between some ideologies and the use of Naija? So is positive or negative ideologies influencing the use or non-use of Naija in the classroom? So first of all, a bit about the background. The teachers were mostly from Lagos and Ogun states, but also Osun and Oyo were quite represented. Mostly in between 35 and 44 years old, mostly female, mostly declared having a poor or scarce Pidgin competence, and more than half declare that they were using not at all Pidgin in their family environment and with their children. And about all of them declared that they were either using it very little or not at all. So mostly female, 35 to 44 years old, with scarce Pidgin knowledge declared and not using Pidgin in their families. The schools were mainly located in the LGA of Ifako Ilaje, and Oshodi Isolo. And the class profile is we ask the teacher to estimate what percentage of pupils would have Pidgin as a first language in their classroom, and most of the teachers said that less than 20% would have Pidgin as their first language. They also said that in most cases there was no school policy. The first that we did was a general sentiment analysis. So with sentiment analysis, you can analyze the general sentiment in a data set, whether it's positive, negative, or neutral. And we find out that there is generally mostly negative sentiment expressed by the teachers toward the language. So answers like Pidgin should be eradicated totally among the students were there, or Pidgin is not a language and can't be taught in primary school. These were cases of negative sentiment that were coded in this way. But to go a bit further from here, we looked at Naija use, and about half of the teachers declared that they do not use Pidgin at school at all. So no use of Pidgin. Just 15% declare that they do use the Pidgin in the school setting. What was surprising for us, this was supposed to come here in this way. So ignore the bottom circle. We just focus on the first two. So Pidgin helps and Pidgin hinders. Our analysis divided the entire data set among responses that would go towards the idea that Pidgin helps in general, and responses that go towards the idea that Pidgin instead hinders in the classroom, hinders the pupils back. And more or less, there was an equal division between the two. What we appreciated is the fact that, surprisingly, given the background of the teachers, given the fact that they declare not to use Pidgin at home, not to know Pidgin well enough, and not to use Pidgin in the classroom, we were surprised to find almost 34% of the respondents coming with positive stories about the use of Pidgin in the classroom. So we wanted to really focus on this 34% of people who declare that the effects of Pidgin in the classroom are positive. So this one. These are the codes that were related to these positive effects, and we see a variety of ideas. Students understand Pidgin better. Pidgin is fun. Pidgin facilitates teaching. Students participate more actively, express themselves better. Students like it. Pidgin is inclusive. It draws student attention. So all of these codes were very relevant in the data set. And again, we are talking about 34% of respondents, which we guess it's remarkable. And I would like to read for you some of the excerpt or skim through them. Pidgin helps understanding the topics, even topics that have nothing to do with language, mathematics. This teacher was mentioning mathematics. It breaks down vocabularies. Students really get the words better when they are even pronounced in Pidgin. They don't have to be slang. And we got also a number of stories of students being introduced in the classroom and understanding anything but Pidgin. And the use of Pidgin was really useful. Yes? Hello? Okay. And of course, many excerpts also had to do with the positive atmospheres in the classroom, with the fact that students could express themselves better, then they had more confidence in talking. And on the other side, the negative effects in the classroom mainly were clustered around two issues very much related one to another. Pidgin hinders English acquisition and hinders pupils academically. So it affects students' sound knowledge of English. People find it difficult to speak fluent and correct English after they speak Pidgin. and this is destroying their English. They communicate in an abusive manner. And also parents are not happy if they know that we are using Pidgin in the classroom. One also minor issue was that teachers would recognize that Pidgin is not used outside of Nigeria. For example, we can read the last excerpt. It can only be used within country, Nigeria. But then the teachers also go on, and she provide an excerpt, an example of a sentence in Pidgin, which is actually not really Pidgin. She buy biscuits me for her. I will say no. She sent me to buy biscuits for her. So that also testifies that the fact that the teachers do not master Pidgin themselves may bring some confusion about what Pidgin is and Pidgin is not. So they may think so Pidgin as a first and native language would express this sentence in a very different way. So what this actually the teacher produced is not Pidgin here. To come to the second research question, it has to do with how do these themes connect with the social demographic characteristics of the teachers. And we must say that we didn't find anything that correlates with use, because we were, of course, interested in to see use. So what foster use in the classroom? And we found some correlation, some co-occurrence with negative ideologies and non-use, but nothing that would relate to use. So for example, we see that poor knowledge of Pidgin, if the teachers do not know Pidgin, they would have negative ideologies and not use the language in the classroom. But we didn't find anything that would tell us that this group of teachers actually do use Pidgin more in the classroom. So Naija use in our data set, in the qualitative data set, it's not related to any sociographic and contextual factors. So we were a bit at loss, and we are waiting the results of the quantitative analysis to see if we find anything more. That would be important to have a group of teachers with certain characteristics that we know they're using Pidgin in the classroom, and so to understand their motivations better and the way they are able to introduce it in the classroom. The same goes for ideologies and use. We see that negative ideologies do co-occur with no use, but we find anything that would co-occur with actual use, at least in the qualitative data. That's why we are waiting for the quantitative one. So to sum up our results, we have a general sentiment towards Naija that is negative. Only about 15% mention using Naija in the classroom, but the positive effect is remarkably strong, that what we have been focusing on, at least with respect to the negative effect. And the positive effects are many: inclusivity, attention focus, facilitation of the learning environment, understandability, and participation from the students. Instead, there was only one main negative effect, the fact that it hinders pupils academically. And we believe that addressing that in connection also with the previous literature, addressing this idea about Pidgin is fundamental in order to find a place for Pidgin in the educational sector. We didn't find, as we said, any co-occurrence with socio-demographic factors that would correlate with use. And we also didn't find a correlation between positive ideologies and use in the classroom. So we wait for that, our quantitative data, to see if they tell us something more about the motivations for use, which is our main concern.
Yes, and for the moment, because this data is still very vague, we draw on research on the other two settings that we've introduced before, and we didn't look only at the teachers, we also looked at the pupils, because maybe a teacher is positive about using a language, but if the pupils are negative or resistant, then the language cannot be successfully used in education. So from the Dutch setting, the Frisian setting, we also looked at attitudes of pupils in primary and secondary education towards the Frisian language. And here you see a box plot of attitudes towards Frisian of primary school students. And you see that from 1 to 5, 5 being the most positive attitudes, you can see on the left-hand side that they are very positive towards Dutch. This is then followed by the green one. They are positive towards English, and immediately followed towards being positive to Frisian, which is the brown one. And then other languages, we had Moroccan has an example of an immigrant language, and other languages, they are considerably less positive towards. So you see at primary level education, pupils are actually positive towards Dutch, English, but also in a certain sense and with more variation towards Frisian. But then we conducted a similar survey on secondary education, and I didn't have a box plot, but a table. And you can see in the first table where it says mean, you can see from 1 to 5 again, that the mean attitudes towards Dutch, 4.37, and towards English, 4, are very positive, but that secondary school pupils are already very negative or neutral towards Frisian, with an average mean of 266. So this is slightly different than the results that we found. And we thought, okay, what explains this variation? And we found that the difference in the attitudes could be explained by language background. So the Frisian speakers were considerably more positive towards using Frisian in education and the Frisian language in general than the Dutch-speaking or multilingual pupils. So this shows us that if we want to use Naija in education, we probably need a different approach towards primary school, where pupils are still more open to languages than in secondary school. And we might want to look at language background of the pupils and have a different approach towards non-speakers of Naija. Then we looked at, then we also looked at teachers in the Dutch Caribbean, so similar to the Naija sample that we just heard about from Maria. And we had a large sample, almost 350 teachers of primary, secondary, and vocational education. And you can see per language group how their attitudes towards the different languages in the Dutch Caribbean change. I will just highlight the blue one. These are the Dutch-speaking teachers in our survey, which were about 50% of the survey, of the respondents of the survey. And you can see that their attitudes towards papiamento, which was the first one, are slightly lower than their attitudes towards English and Dutch, which are in the middle. And their attitudes towards Spanish are also very low. But then if you look at the green one, I hope that the colors are okay to recognize in the screen. The green one are the papiamento speakers, so the native speakers of papiamento, and they value papiamento the highest, the first one, and Dutch the lowest. So you can see how different language backgrounds of teachers really are related to their attitudes. Then we also looked at several indicators of how they are willing to use the languages in education. And we asked these questions: do you feel, or to what extent do you feel prepared to use your pupils' home languages in education? That might mean papiamento, but also Spanish or Chinese or Sranantongo or other local languages. And here we see that the two groups in the middle, that are the papiamento speaking teachers or papiaments with another language, that they considerably say more often that they feel prepared to use their students' multilingualism, whereas the Dutch-speaking teachers on the left-hand side significantly perform lower on this question. So they say, I cannot use my students' home languages because I don't know how to speak it. So also whether proficiency in the language allows teachers to feel more prepared to use it, we can see here indications, and we also saw in Maria's results. So from this survey and our research on the Frisian and on the use of papiamento in the Dutch Caribbean, we have drawn some first implications for Nigeria education. The first one is that the language hierarchies in different settings and societies, as we've seen in the Frisian setting, they are very much related to individual language attitudes. And this is true for pupils, for teachers, also policymakers, etc. So without addressing the attitude part, so how people feel and what they know about the language and what they do, the use of a language in education like Naija will not have the desired effect of maybe improving pupils' motivations and letting them acquire vocabulary, understand mathematics, what Maria just said, and also pupils' motivations. In other research, we found that the most influential factor in determining those languages' attitudes is actually the own language background. Our native speakers of those languages normally are more positive. That would mean that we need different approaches for different speakers, but we didn't find this for Naija. So we need more research, quantitative research, to see, is language background really affecting Nigerian teachers' attitudes towards the use of Naija in education or not? Apart from the attitudes, we also found that the status of language is very important. All students in all of the settings that we've looked at so far are extremely positive towards English, and also the teachers. Sometimes they are afraid that it might oppress other languages, but people are fairly positive towards English. That affects their motivation and ideally then also their proficiency, right? So if you do something on raising the status of Naija in society or at a school, you will probably influence the attitudes and motivation to learn or use the language as well. Then we also found that teachers' professional development, are they aware of the potential of using multiple languages in education? Do they know how to use Naija in education, even if they are not a speaker themselves or they have reduced proficiency? All of this is important to develop in policies for Naija in education in the Nigerian context. Then we also know that using Creole or regional indigenous languages in education requires special attention to attitudes, different language backgrounds, teachers' professional development, and their ability or their preparedness to use those languages in education. So I think that this last bullet point gives us some indications on what the Nigerian context could be doing to foster a better use of Naija in education, and that is to invest in more research on attitudes, on knowing more about the influence of the background of pupils and teachers while using Naija in education, and of course developing policies and professional development trajectories for teachers so that they are aware on how exactly to use Naija to foster pupils' learning in Nigerian education.
So we thank you well. We thank you, Una, well. Thank you, grazie. And again, in the pictures, Daddy Shoki and the Ajegunda residents. And if you have questions, we are happy to answer them.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Maya Mazuli. We heard you clearly, and I think people here would want to react to your presentation now. So we'll take reactions to the presentation by Professor Mazuli. We can signify by raising up our hands. If you want to ask a question or you want to make a comment on the contents of the presentation. Okay. All right. Any questions, any comments? I'm not talking for PG. Anybody want to hear something on top waiting she don't talk? Okay.
Thank you for the beautiful presentation. While you were discussing the context of, I think, the Frisian and the Papa, can't remember now, those two culture, those two languages of the two contexts you mentioned in, yeah, I could draw some things from that discussion. Particularly, you said that there's a language pressure on the schools, that the students have to learn many languages, and that's the situation there, and they're coping with it. So I was wondering, it's just a comment, if in Nigeria, now we're trying to promote Naija, the Nigerian pidgin, but we seem not to be talking about other languages like Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo alongside pidgin, because we are talking about pidgin. We have a lot of, there's a problem presently that Yoruba children, those born into Yoruba families, can't even speak their mother tongue. And that's another problem, which I think we're neglecting. So I think, I don't know, this particular forum is focused on pidgin. I think we should also consider other languages as well.
Okay, so it came more as a comment than as a question. Let's see if you have more questions.
We can react. We can react to this.
Okay.
Also.
Somebody raised and oh, I thought okay.
Prof, thank you for the present. I thank you well for the presentation, Prof. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. May I know why you actually singled out Ajegunle? Any specific reason? Do you think if you looked at some other region, your who turned off my mic? Did you get that?
Yes.
If you had not used Ajegunle for your study, your entire result would have been different. Thank you.
Okay, so the question there on the methodology or the methods, do you think it's different if you had considered other locations or localities within the Nigerian context? So over to you, Professor Mazuli. Would you like to react to those comments and questions?
Yes, we can react to both the comments. I will start now with the Ajegunle one, just because it was just mentioned. This specific survey on teachers was not only about Ajegunle. In fact, a few schools were in the Ajegunle district, but most of them were in Oshodi Isolo, local government, and Ilaja, if I remember well, most of the schools. I wanted to mention the Ajegunle people because they are the ones who supported my research when I was in Nigeria. And I think that was really what made my research valuable in there, because I had support from local people. And the reason I went to Ajegunle is that well, everybody was talking about the pidgin they speak in Ajegunle as a first language, and I wanted to see whether people who speak it as a first language would think about pidgin differently than people who speak it as a second or third language. And at that time, I think I came to the conclusion that indeed people who speak it as a first language, and there in Ajegunle, most of the people who replied to my survey at the time, not this one, actually declared that they spoke Pidgin as the main first language. They do have ideas about the language that are very different from the others that I found elsewhere. For example, most of them talked about a language which was refined, which was expressive, and which was their own. And there were no negative ideologies attached to that as a poor language or the language of the uneducated or unable to be used in certain situations. They thought about Pidgin as appropriate everywhere. So I wanted to talk about that in my paper. In this survey, we are targeting entire Lagos. And we thought again about this issue of whether people who speak it as a first language maybe have different ideas about the language. And also Joanna talked about the Papiamento and the Frisian case, underlying that indeed, when the teachers have that language in their repertoire, they may have different attitudes also in the classroom. But for the moment, we didn't find that in the Nigerian data, but we are still waiting the analysis of the quantitative data. And maybe, Joanna, you want to reply to the other comment about the Frisian context.
Because I'm very happy that this comment was made. Of course, the presentation in the forum today is about Naija, but from research all over the world, we know that all home languages of pupils matter. And that when pupils, because of the pressure of society, because of schools pressing down pupils to be successful in just one or two of their languages, that some children lose their home language, and that this can have very, very negative effects for their identity, for their socio-emotional development, but also for their language development, because they miss a part of the basis of the fundament of their language learning possibilities. So, for example, in some projects in South Africa, we also looked at how to foster South African languages throughout education, also in primary education, for example, alongside English and Afrikaans. So how can you make schools more inclusive language environments, respecting all of pupils' languages? And I think that could also be a possible area of future investigation in the Nigerian context. So thank you for pointing it out.
Okay, thank you very much. We still have one more person, somebody who still wants to ask a question. So you get to listen to the person's voice now. Please introduce yourself and ask your question, sir.
Okay, Mariam, this is Kenneth from Amsterdam. I want to ask you a question on communicated. My question is, your survey you did.
We cannot hear well.
You can't hear me?
Now I can. Yes, and now I also see you. Hi.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is Kenneth. We communicated through the email. Okay, my question is, the survey we did in Ajagula, don't you think that maybe the teachers who does not know how to speak Pidgin English might have influence on the result you got? Because the inability to speak Pidgin might affect the results. And secondly, to Joanna, question to you is, looking at the age of people that speak phrase, how long do you think that Free language is going to still be in existence? Because knowing Friesland very good, all the people that is speaking Fries now is of the age. How many years the Fries is still going to last? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I can react to that last question on the survival of the Frisian language. Yeah, it's a good question. And if you look at the vitality index of the language, you see it is considered to be endangered. So you are pointing us towards the right direction. However, if you look at the intergenerational transmission, which is one of the indicators in the language vitality index, it has remained stable throughout the last 20 or 30 years, as long as they have been measuring it. So parents, with a slight interval in the 80s, are still giving the language to the children. So we think that if schools are able to develop the literacy related to the language, so reading and writing, then Frisian makes a good has good opportunities and possibilities of surviving and maybe even thriving, because there's a lot of money and policies now to revitalize the language. If parents stop transmitting the language and the policies in education for teacher training materials, etc., will be removed or reduced, then I think that within 100 years, the language will probably not survive compared to other languages.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Then going to the question about whether the answers from the teachers who do not know Pidgin will influence the results. Indeed, but it's also expected because not all teachers will know Pidgin. But of course, what we believe in is a school that fosters multilingualism in all the forms, whether it is with Pidgin, but also the indigenous languages, the migrant language in the area. Schools should be able to accommodate for this multilingualism and whatever their own multilingualism. So a teacher who doesn't know Pidgin should be able to accommodate students who express themselves in Pidgin, and doesn't mean that these students will not acquire English as well. Multilingualism is not subtractive, that if you add on a language, you lose on another. It should be language should foster each other, and school should be a place where people with a multilingual background can thrive, as well as people with a monolingual background. So, of course, the teachers who do not know Pidgin, we expect them to have different attitudes. And we actually wanted to see that in the data, but we actually didn't see that in the qualitative data yet. Indeed, they will think differently about the language, but what we were mostly concerned is to look at ways in which teachers have used positively Pidgin in the classroom in order to be able to come up with positive experience and good practices, also to be able to share those with the National Teacher Association of Nigeria, who supported us in the distribution, and that we want to submit to them a report. And in that way, they can use this data in teacher training, I guess, both for teachers who do speak Pidgin and teachers who do not speak Pidgin, in order to be able to foster multilingualism in every pupil. I hope I answered your question, Kenneth.
Yeah. Yes. I think he's satisfied with your answer. So thank you very much for your presentation. We actually appreciate this. And
Sorry, everybody. You are a Congolese assistant convention. Oi, man.
Can you, Maria, can you hear him?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for to you and Joanna. It's good to see you virtually for the presentation. I think we were listening earlier on. I don't know if you were online to the presentation from the Jehovah Witness group. And one of the things we learned was because they're using Naija in their schools, and it's working really well. And there was a question about how do you the students get to read, and they have a literacy program for that. And this is just coming to mind with the teachers that may not be proficient in Naija, that it looks like going forward, the literacy would have to be both ways, both for students and for the teacher. And like you rightly mentioned, this can be integrated in teacher training programs going forward. Yeah. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation.
Thank you, Christine. Yes, indeed, I agree with you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Maria Mazuli. Professor Maria Mazuli and Joan Cotti, thank you very much for the presentation we just took now on that's our first lead paper presentation. So we'd have to make some announcements and then talk about reverting to parallel sessions. Oh, I don't forget though. Okay, more come back home now to where how we do them before. So we no go too far from what we do itself. So now to break into our small groups now for our small group yearnings. Now remain now. Small change good day, small. Well, the timetable for presentation now we go see use. We understand, say, when we do and the other time, when we do the small group talk the other time, some people not fit, they don't get chance to talk their own for the group within day because time not too day. So we'll continue from them like that. It means, say, if your paper day before for morning session and you never present, you could still present them. So now just to join the afternoon group and the chairman will did there go understand with us. So we'll still use this room for group one. So if you did group one for morning session, but you don't get chance to present that time, be like say, now only 4 papers then take for air. We'll continue from there and we'll join those remaining participants from morning session. We'll join on to those wait for the afternoon one. So the small talk will continue for the group level. For group 2, we not do what we do the other time. Those are the group 4. They will go where they're supposed to now. We don't prepare the place well and now. So group 4, if you just go the third form building for there. So if you did group 4 for morning, but you don't get chance present, you know, say we say make we join group 1 in the morning. You don't need to join them this time around. Just go your normal venue, which will be down at the third form building for there. For group 1 for air, the chair will be Professor Akimade Akonde. But I say I don't see Oga around. Oga day. So now Oga go be the chair for this place. For group 2, will be postgraduate lecture room. That room will be upstairs. It is upstairs for this building. You don't even you don't need to go out of this building. Just use this door and just go. Now there you go, just the street. That's the just go and turn to your left. You'll see the room there. For that room now, the chair there now, Dr. Jefta Osagede. I don't know whether Dr. Jefta there around. So now I ain't go there, but if Dr. Jefta not there, then Professor Yemi Adegoju for there. I don't know whether he go there around there. But if you know, they will go find so Gafi is standing as the chair for that group 2. For group 3, we get Dr. Gani Bangboshe as the chair, but I never see him around. So maybe we could, one of the people where they present for there, Dr. Emeka go need standing for us as chair for that place. So we don't resolve that one. Group 3, another room where they downstairs for this human nutrition building. Then they call them undergraduate lecture room. Okay. Then group 4 go to third fund building for there. We don't arrange everything for there. Third fund building at that place where we chop for money, when we do small chop break. So where we take coke and other things. Now there, then group 4 go there. The chair for that place go be Dr. Gerard Nwea. So does Gerard Nwea go be chair for the third form building. So if we go now the announcement about parallel session, I will go break for small group talk. So when we finish small group talk, we'll just from there go rest against tomorrow. More, don't forget, we need to make some announcements again tomorrow. For tomorrow, we will start very early. No be 9, we go start tomorrow. Tomorrow, as much as possible, we don't want to take physical papers. We want to take only on virtual presentation tomorrow. So we won't finish all the papers of those waiting on ground today. Now only zoom. Now we're gonna do zoom tomorrow. For tomorrow, we will start as early as 8. Registration will start for 8 a.m. After registration for 8 a.m., we'll pass more information for this all. Then we will take another lead paper presentation by Professor Emery Strickland. Dr. Strickland will give him paper. Then we'll do some panel sessions, some panel presentations. So everything inside this all, it will be. Then before we then go for Zoom presentation, we'll do breakout sessions. So some of the okay. Some of the one they try. So any other matter we they will go know how we go resolve them after. But the announcement we'll get for now be that one. So once say I be let's say you come and you sit down, listen to what you want, what people want to talk. Once say you do good, we thank you now well. So we'll go to our parallel sessions now. We'll do our small group talk, and then we'll meet tomorrow. Now do well. Sorry, I learned that there are some that are meant to present at group 5 and 6. Are there presenters like that? Group 5 and 6. Okay, 5. Okay, yours is 5 too. Okay, maybe we would all have to join. Okay, you're also for group 5. Group 5 and 6, please let's join the test fund group, test fund building. Let's join group 4. When we get there, we'll know how to resolve it. Group 5 and 6, let's join. Yeah, group 1 is here. I think for group 1, Oga, maybe Oga say make I tell on those who did that group. Though I will see print it out. It's in the soft copy. For group 1, social linguistics, pragmatics, and grammar of Naija. We get 1. We get Olufeyi Shikemi Agbolade and Emmanuel Oladipo Adegbuyi. Are they around? Okay, they are there. So you can come forward. Then who's presenting, please? Just, yeah. Then we have Agnes Legbeti. We have Oladejo Zainab. Oladejo Zainab is around? Okay, fine. Please come forward. Then we have John Elo and Toyeshe Downsi. John Elo and Toyeshe Downsi. Okay, those are not around. Then we have Mosumola Oluyinka Adebayo. Ide? She there around? Mosumola Oluyinka Adebayo, no, they're around too. Then we have ABM Razal Faguaya. Dr. Faguaya there with us. Okay, then we get Evarista Ikoyo Eweto. Dr. Ikoyo Eweto there with us. Okay, so now I make 4. Then we get Olaoluwa Ayokunmi. Olaoluwa Ayokunmi. Okay, like say now about 4 there around. Yes. So Prof go organize you. I'll try.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Oluwafeyi Shikemi, and okay, we'll be presenting now, and you have 15 minutes, I suppose, for the presentation. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll be presenting on the Naija paradox. Well, we've done a lot of we've seen a lot of presentation today, but we're just talking about Naija. Naija is spoken by 5 million native speakers and over 110 million in total. Well, the focus of this presentation is about the attitude of Naija in the 6th geopolitical area in Nigeria. We are looking at individual perspective and their attitude towards Naija, because I believe every individual has their own understanding, their own feelings, their own thoughts about a language. So now there have been the various studies on the attitude of Naija. We'll see Akoni and Salam 2010. We see Egbai and Ekanu, and we are seeing Ogunjimi 2020 and a lot of them. But the focus of this study is about 3 questions. And what do Naija people think about Naija? What do Nigerians think about Naija? Have Naija people truly accepted it as a national identity? And can it serve as a uniting force for Nigerians home and abroad? Now, looking at the of our methodology and collection of data, we are still, it's a work in progress. We got 145 questionnaire. We were able to get 145 response from the 6 geopolitical zones. And in person, we also went around the market women in Ibadan here. We went to the bike men, and we went to we were able to get some Hausa people to fill the questionnaires. We also had the close-ended questions, which were being analyzed using SPS and open-ended question, which were able to give us a review on individual perspectives and attitude towards Niger. The next slide, please. Well, first, the first place where we use ASPCs, the first question said, attitude towards Niger as a proper language. We can see from our chart here that most of the respondents accepted that Niger is a proper language. While we have very few people that view it as not a proper language. Then the next slide said, attitude towards the usage of Niger in the governance and administration. According to the chart, we found out that most do not agree that it can be used as a language of administration and governance in Nigeria. Then the next question said, what is the possibility of Nigerian being the official language? Looking at this chart, some people believed, oh yes, but the majority believe that it can never be the official language. Please, next slide. And then another question was, are you willing to promote? We asked individually, not as the government or maybe the linguist. We asked that individual, are you ready to promote it? Will you speak it with your parents? Will you speak Naija with your children? Will you speak it with your colleagues? Won't you feel shy about it? And we realized that most of them said, yes, they are ready to promote Naija in the community. And can Naija attain the same status as English in Nigeria? We're able to get that most of them believe that it can never attain the same level as English in Nigeria. I will give it to my colleague to continue from here.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to the close-ended question, open-ended question, which was where we asked people to share their opinion beyond what beyond restricting them to yes, no, and maybe questions, so them tell us what they actually think. And the responses were grouped into 2 general categories, which are positive attitudes and negative. And then both of them were also grouped into optimistic responses and individualistic responses for the positive ones, while gloomy and dismissive for the negative responses. Now, we asked them 3 open-ended questions, which was, what do they think about Naija as a language itself? And one thing we realized was that a lot of persons actually commended Naija in the sense that they felt, okay, Naija is good, is simple, that's a simple grammar compared to English. Many people even tell you that, okay, it binds Nigerians together, it brings people together, it's easier to learn compared to English. But some felt, well, as good as it was restricted. Some people were saying that it is restricted to the southeastern, south-south part. Some will tell you, well, it's just a broken form of English. It is good, but it is still broken. And remember, we are trying to say that what we are looking at is what people are saying, not just what we linguists and language experts have said so far, what we've observed, but what the people are thinking themselves. And some generally just said no. Like we see here, they said it is uncultured, it lacks respect, it lacks courtesy. And we found people that either would say, well, speaking Naija would affect your learning of English, or speaking Naija would affect how you use your native language. So these are examples of the positive responses. We are seeing people saying, okay, it's a unifying language and all those. Somebody even said it gives confidence, showing what we've been saying at the beginning of the conference, that Naija is a language that gives that identity, that helps us appreciate ourselves as Nigerians. Like we see here, Naija is a language that embodies the spirit
of Nigerian diversity and creativity. And so does that embrace. But for the negative attitude, we now see people saying, well, it is regional. Like the first response was saying that it is spoken among a particular tribe of the Igbos, which we think actually the person was classifying both the south and the southeastern part of the country together. People saying it's, mutilation of English language and all those things. Somebody even said, I don't like the language. And from the responses, other responses, both to the close-ended and open-ended questions, it was obvious that the person totally just dismissed the language. If you look at the last response here, the person said it makes people feel the need to misbehave. And that's what somebody thinks about it. Now, we move to the second question we asked, which was open-ended. What do you think about Naija becoming equal with English in the next few years? And we had more dismissive responses. A lot of persons clearly said no. A lot of persons clearly said it is not possible. Only a few persons said it is possible and then gave suggestions here and there. And if you look at the responses that said no, we found out that three things actually caused it. Number one, they either just don't like Naija as it is, or they like it, but if you bring it to a point with English, it will probably not measure up. Concern for it, like, okay, will Naija be able to measure up? And then some are saying, well, if you do that, if it probably gets to a point where you use it in education, becoming like English and all those things, what happens to indigenous languages? And so you have this kind of response. Some will say when we promote it well, it serves as our identity and official language. Some say with time is attainable. Those are the only responses we get when it comes to it happening, becoming equal with English. Then you see people saying, oh, this, well, no, because of the minority languages, no, it can never, because this person said, because it is for illiterates. So that shows how people think about Naija or even languages generally. Now, the last question we asked was, what do you think we can do to promote Naija? And generally, most responses were just basically recognize it. Government should recognize it. Government should make policies for it. Government should ensure it is used in education. Some even said government should give grants. Government should ensure that they sponsor people, sponsor events and all those things. But now, beyond the people that responded to the question here, we also felt, okay, why not look at what social media is saying, right? What do we see from social media about the way people react to Naija? Because we are trying to see if we accept it as a national identity. And three personalities showed what Nigerians do. If we look at Galatasaray Sporting Club, Bayern Leverkusen, and Nicki Minaj, something happened in the last 3 months that showed the attitude of Nigerians. Now, first of all, Galatasaray signed Osimhen. And the same day they signed Osimhen, the first thing was their English account went on Twitter and said, Naija, how una dey? And before you knew it, Nigerians, I think Galatasaray platform grew over 2.5 million followers within a short hour, just because they went online and posted Naija, how una dey? Pidgin 101. If you look at all these responses, we can see the responses. We dey, even una dey use of strength. Nigeria is a powerful country. A lot of responses showing that they actually feel it is us. And we were looking at, okay, why would a club tweet in Naija just because they signed the Nigerian player, regardless of wherever it came from? They signed another Nigerian player, and then the same thing was tweeting Pidgin. Same thing Bayer Leverkusen did, signed Victor Boniface, tweeted Naija, same thing. And then, okay, how are we doing? And all those. And before you know it, Nigerians are flocking to those platforms. Same thing, lastly, with what Nicki Minaj did. Tweeted, tweeted in Pidgin. And people started flocking that. So everybody thinks that Naija is actually Nigerian, but they're sort of biased. They accept it, and here they feel, well, we should not make it too formal so that we'll not lose its flavor. Some feel, well, it's sweet, it's the Nigerian thing, but if we take it towards that direction we are looking at, it might lose its uniqueness. And so from what they've said over time, the recommendation they give is that government should do more. And as linguists, we are seeing that people need to know the difference between know what a language is, because that affected the responses people are giving. They didn't even know what a language is, what a dialect is, and difference between Pidgin and a regular, in quote, regular language. Thank you very much.
Good day, everybody. My name is Oladejo Zainab. So there are a few adjustments on what the title is. And what I have here is an exploration of Nigerian artists and foreign artist collaborations, adopting Nigeria in global music. So first and foremost, I would like to do a brief introduction of Nigeria. Oh, sorry. People have done that already, so I see no reason why I should buttress more on that. So I'll just go to music. Music is an integral part of Nigerians' lifestyle. So what then is music? Music is vocal or instrumental sounds, or both combined in such an artistic style, harmony, and an expression of emotion with the purpose of captivating the interest of listeners. Music and language are in communal relationship, yes. There is no way we want to do music without an interpretation. And for us to interpret music, we need language. So the relationship between music and language is communal. And okay, this work is basically interested in contemporary music. Most of the I must say that most of the music lyrics that we have today are mostly quoted with Naija. So yeah, emphasis on Naija. I don't want to use pidgin. I don't want to use Nigerian because in Nigerian pidgin because we have a newer status based on this scholarship. So what we have now is Naija. It is widely recognized that Naija plays a pivotal role in contemporary Nigerian music, particularly in genres like Afrobeats, hip hop, and dancehall. Yeah, so this study is limited to Afrobeats. So the usage of Naija is evident in musical compositions, and it portrays our cultural identity. It is very key to know that the Afrobeat genre has been promoting our cultural identity within Nigeria and in diaspora. And also it resonates with a broader audience across diverse ethnic background. So that's just the introduction of music and particularly in the Afrobeat genre. So some books were reviewed for this study, like some works like social linguistics profiling versus the scholarship profiling of Niger. We have something on Elugbe and Omamo 1991, for class 1996, or Soba and Ebuari 2001, and so many others. So yeah, there's someone who also did something on the resonance of music in the historic, living, and social-cultural interactions in Nigeria, Omojola 2017. Then social media as a tool of engagement and promotion, Ains and Marshall 2018. Collaboration has fostered inclusivity and broadened the appeal of Nigerian music, FADI 2024. And the use of Nigerian PG in media adverts. Yes. So while I reviewed all of these books, I noticed that there is a gap. Nobody has looked into the collaboration of music between Afrobeat artists and foreign artists using Naija. So the purpose of the study Naija serves as a linguistics medium that fosters a communal cultural identity amongst Nigerians within Nigeria and the diaspora. So one of the key purposes, what is the motivations for the collaborations between Nigerian artists and foreign artists? Cultural implications of their collaborations, and then the impacts on the global perceptions of Nigerian music. Like, what does the globe understand Nigerian music to be? So aims and objective: to investigate the linguistics, cultural, and commercial implications of collaborations between Nigerian and foreign artists. To analyze the discourse surrounding these collaborations using their song local corpus and their impact on the global perception of Nigerian music. So we are going to analyze the discourse surrounding collaborations of songs between, foreign artists and Nigerian artists, so we can at least understand the linguistics elements in the songs, the cultural and the commercial implications in the songs. Also, to identify and categorize significant collaborations between Nigerian and foreign artists. And lastly, to assess the social media representation of this collaboration and its influence on audience perception. So it is not enough to just do the song corpus and all of that. We have to at least assess the social media to understand the collaborations of these foreign artists and Nigerian artists to be. Yeah, so the research questions. What are the motivations for those song collaborations of Nigerian and foreign artists? Yeah, so at the end of this research, this study will be able to answer questions like this: the motivations behind the songs collaboration of Nigerian and foreign artists. And the second one is, what are the linguistic styles and elements employed in these collaborative song choices? How does this song collaborations impact the cultural representations of Nigerian music and Naija in the global space? And lastly, how does these collaborations affect Nigerian within Nigeria and in the diaspora? So scope of study.